1 second. Hello. Okay, wait. I forgot to add the book. But welcome everyone. Hello. Yeah, so I mentioned hi Frog. Oh wait, I'm too far up. Yeah, how you doing today? How you doing? I mentioned that I'd be probably playing Frostpunk at the end of yesterday's stream, but for some reason I still have my voice, which is a surprise. I read The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck. It's still really weird for me to swear. I'm trying to get over it, I guess, just because of the nature of the content that we're reading. But somehow I still have my voice crack. Somehow I still have my voice. So I'm gonna just finish reading the book. I think that would be fun for about 5 to 6 extra hours today. I think that. Oh. Maybe a little lower. Yeah. Oh, whoops. Oh. Oh no. Exposed. Alright, I think that's good. Oh, wait, it keeps jumping around. Oh no. Alright. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah. Hello, Yoon. Hello. I hope everyone's having a good day. We're back with reading the book. I thought I would lose my voice, so we'd switch to something else that's a lot more relaxing or a lot easier on the throats. But somehow today I can still speak, so we can finish up the rest of the book. So the first half of the Subtle Art it talked about kind of like what it means to care less about the world around you, or kind of focus your attention, focus your energy and efforts to the things that you actually care about. And then it dived into how to realize what are the things that you care about. I really enjoyed everything that was said so far. There are some parts that I don't fully agree on, but most of what the author has said is quite interesting, and so I think we can try to finish the book and see how it goes. But before we continue, I do have some ideas to reflect on, some kind of initial thoughts. I have some. If I read this on my own and I actually really tried, I would every single time I find some interesting ideas, some interesting topics, I would probably leave a post-it note somewhere just to revisit. But I only have page numbers, so I'll have to go scan things around a little. I guess my most my biggest takeaway from the book so far, the first half of the book, we're on page 102, is the fact that I spent a lot of time yesterday after finishing reading to reflect on the reflect on what's it called, my own personal problems with goals. I think I've always had a very big issue with goals. I just let myself break a lot of my own rules, and a lot of the times I have some very big overarching goal. Like, let's say I want to stream consistently every single week, Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, and on weekends most of the time. Hello, Kellen. Welcome. Yeah. But how should I say this? It's like then I would kind of like let myself break my own rules eventually, and I've realized that it's because I'm not going at it from the right starting spot. What I mean by that is when I look at the way I set my own goals, it's some really overarching idea, like, let's say I want to be healthier. I would say, okay, I need to go to the gym more. I need to go to the gym more is a very, very vague and kind of unattainable idea, in the sense that there's always a way to go to the gym more. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but kind of like it's my issue with how I've treated my own kind of energy, my own life previously. And so as a result of that, as a result of reading the book, I think this might sound really stupid, but remember when in voice crack. Remember when in school you guys, or we would get how do I say this? We would get these little worksheets of SMART goals. Do you remember what a SMART goal is? It's like, what is it? Specific, measurable, specific, measurable, obtainable, reliable, and time specified, or something like that. And so I kind of re-evaluated or revisited that concept, and now every single idea and single objective I try to work towards in life, I try to make sure that it it's kind of framed. Yeah, I remember those. Oh my god, I remember hating every single time. We had a health class in my middle school, so every single time those ideas would be brought up, it would be the most stupid thing ever. Like, who needs to have a a SMART goal? But I can't believe now is the time that I'm actually using that. So, just for example, like, I have, back to the gym example, I suppose. I had this idea, I had this quote unquote goal for years now, and I would never actually go to the gym, but I would always want to go to the gym. It's like kind of at the start of the pages, what was it, like page 5, where the feedback loop from hell gets introduced, and it's talking about how every single time you think about you're not fit, you reinforce the idea that you are actually unfit, even if it's true, even if it's untrue. So then I would always be upset about my own body health, I suppose. By the way, I'm very, very, like, I don't know, with like all the different measurements, the only thing I kind of remember is like BMI. I'm perfectly in the range of the normal body weight, but I would always feel like, oh, I'm eating too much sweets, or I'm eating too many gallons of ice cream. but yeah, it's really, really difficult to kind of make things realistic. Oh, realistic, not reliable. It's, whatever. But now, with a better idea of how to set out to create goals, I have a post-it note that I've taped to the bottom of my monitor that says, okay, by Thanksgiving this year, so November 28th, I believe, I want to develop a habit to go to the gym. I'm going to start small, with 2 times a week for at least 30 minutes each time, and every single section, every single gym session, I suppose, can be replaced with any other physical activity that I personally would deem fit. So going to swim for an hour would be enough to count for a 30-minute gym session. And the reason why I have swimming for an hour is because I'm a what's the word? I swim at a pretty high level. I used to be on the varsity high school team, so I'm a pretty quick deer in water. And I also wrote down, like, at the bottom in very small text, because I don't really like reading it too much, but the reason why I want to, it matters to me, it is important to me, is oh no, the R is actually relevant, isn't it? Yeah, so the reason why it's actually important to me is because I want to feel confident with my own physical appearance. It doesn't matter how I actually look. If I'm happy with my own image, I think it's enough. And so the second part is also feeling healthy. Maybe that one should matter a little bit more, but you get the idea. You get the idea. So there's another one I have about reading, but I'm kind of breaking that one by reading so much earlier than the goal I set out to finish. But I think it's fun. Besides my issue with goals, I think another thing in the book that was very, very interesting, very like, it's not something that you constantly think about. And the other section would be, I don't have a specific page number that I have. Oh, like on page 39, where it says, despite all these fantasizing, I didn't actually want the things that I was dreaming of, or, what basically I'm paraphrasing. And these fantasizing never came to reality, or the reality never came to fruition, because the author never actually wanted those scenarios. And so an idea I kind of had to revisit is the idea of being honest with oneself, being honest with myself. What do I actually want when I when I stream, when I play video games, or when I talk to someone, make new friends? What do I actually want? What matters to me? And it was a very interesting kind of like discussion with myself. And I kind of realized that when I, what matters to me when I play games, when I, like, this is a rule I have every single time I play a video game. I've not a rule, but a general idea that I keep falling back to is every time I play like a multi-classed game, as in like MMO, or team-based hero shooters, I really, really like to do whatever my team needs me to do. So and usually if there's no like specific requirement or anyone asking me to do anything, I like to play healer a lot. I like to play healers. I like to play supportive types. I don't really like to play buffers because I feel like the satisfaction from those clashes is not the same for me. And so I took some time to reflect on why that is, why I thought it was so important to me that I play healers, or I play whatever class that is needed of me. So like in Valorant, for example, a lot of the times it's sentinels, it's initiators. I used to be a religious Phil player, and I realized that I'm just bad at playing Phil. So I eventually switched to sentinels, but or specifically Killjoy. But another one, for example, is recently I've been playing a little bit more of Deadlock with my friends, and things so far are pretty interesting. I really like the game. It's kind of incredible. If you've ever played Deadlock before, it's kind of incredible that it is what's it called? It is a closed alpha game, and all the features like wall jumps, like like sliding, like shooting, farming, everything's so well done in the game. But back to our point. My point was that I had a friend who really disliked playing against this one specific character in the game, and so he would be he would get very upset. He'd get very upset at the existence of this character. I mean, we probably all had the same feeling before, where you see in like League of Legends terms, you see a Yasuo Yone on the enemy team and you get you get triggered even before you start playing the game, or basically that kind of level of distaste towards a certain character. Me with Neon, oh my god, I've been kind of like religiously playing Neon in a Swift play because I don't know, she seems so cool, but she's also definitely the type of like flex on you character, which I don't really like all the time. And since in Deadlock all characters are unique and you can basically kind of like prioritize the system to assign you a character, I've basically been just only playing that specific character, so my friend doesn't have to face up against one. And I think it matters to me what why do I do this? It matters to me a lot because I kind of take joy, or kind of really get, I don't know how to word this very well, but like I am happy when other people around me are happy. I kind of like, I guess, take joy in seeing that other people enjoy their time, and so I'd care less about my own experience and care more about the group's experience. Give me 1 second. I forgot. I left the stove on. Oh no. Whoops. Oh gosh, that could have been bad. But yeah, back to the point. It's like I like to fill out what the team kind of needs from me the most. And so stuff like playing tanks in League of Legends when no one wants to play tanks and we would lose because our team composition kind of lacked that specific aspect. I would select Bill so that nobody feels the need to play something that they don't really enjoy. Even though I don't enjoy playing tank specifically that much. And it's, I don't know, I think it's important to me. I think the values, back to the points in the game, the values I care about is cherishing relationships even in small situations, even in parts of when we play video games. It's a social thing for me, right? I've kind of stopped playing games by myself. I don't really boot up a game and start grinding, start playing too much anymore. I used to do it a lot more frequently, but I've realized that, that is not something I really care about as much, and so things like playing games with friends become a lot more valuable. And in those moments, it is the enjoyable atmosphere, it is the enjoyable kind of time I try to create, and I try to like make it more memorable than than losing the entire night, I guess. Oh, Right, I did have one thing I didn't really like in the book. I don't really care as much about all the specific examples. If you remember, so stuff like Onoda from yesterday, or the rock stars. I honestly didn't care too much about their stories. I think it was just used to illustrate a point in the book, and it could have just been said with just like straight explanation. But some points, some examples from those people get get dragged on for so long. And I don't know. I think I'll still read through them just for the sake of completionism. But I don't know. I personally don't really enjoy the way that they're incorporated. It's kind of like, here, see one anecdotal evidence of my idea being true, or here, this is my ideas in context. And I don't know. I don't think it does what the author, for me at least, it doesn't do what the author kind of intends to do. Okay. Alright, well, here's to more reading. I hope I don't lose my voice in the middle of this. This time around, I do have honey tea with me since the beginning. Don't have to make tea in the middle. Alright. Resuming from page 102. Responding to tragedy. But what about all the really awful events? A lot of people can get on board with taking responsibility for work-related problems and maybe watching too much TV when they should really be playing with their kids or be productive. But when it comes to horrible tragedies, they pull the emergency cord on the responsibility train and get off when it stops. Some people just feel too painful for them to own up. But thinking about it, the intensity of the event doesn't change the underlying truth. If you get robbed, say, you're obviously not at fault for being robbed. No one would ever choose to go through that. But as with the baby on the doorstep, you're immediately thrusted into the responsibility of a life and death situation. Do you fight back? Do you panic? Do you freeze up? Do you tell the police? Do you try to forget it and never pretend it happened? These are all choices and reactions you're responsible for making and rejecting. You don't choose the robbery, but it's still your responsibility to manage the emotional and psychological and legal fallouts of the experience. Oh, gonna have to pause really quickly as soon as we started, but I might have mentioned this before, but I recently experienced a robbery. No, not robbery, burglary. So I wasn't there. I wasn't present. I experienced a burglary of my property, of my stuff. Mostly, actually, it was my streaming equipment. A lot of my microphone, my mic arm, my desk lamp, my audio interface, stream deck, and a bunch of other things got stolen. And so it was the first time in my life that I experienced something like that, and I didn't really know what to do. I think I chose or I guess I ended up reacting really poorly and kind of froze up. I was still able to, do the things in day-to-day stuff, but I guess when it comes to thinking about it, when it comes to doing something, being responsible for the event by dealing with my own emotions and psychological fallouts of the experience, and also legal. I had a huge issue with being more responsible, being more how do I say this? Being on top of the things when it comes to insurance and setting up the claim for my losses and stuff like that. I think, I did a really, really bad job of that. And if I were to go back and tell myself in the situation, I would probably say something like, it's okay, everything has already happened. The the perpetrator is no longer there and he can't affect you anymore. You're probably never going to see this person in your entire life, so there's no point in holding a grudge or feeling anything about the situation. You just have to deal with the aftermath, and the aftermath this time around is much more tame than a lot of the other crime, right? You don't have to worry about your car window being broken and your car being stolen, or you don't have to worry about some of the more severe or violent crimes, or me, not you. And so I think that was, I don't know, there's so many different examples that make it a lot more relatable in the book than I would previously imagine. In 2008, the Taliban took control of the Swat Valley, a remote part of northeastern Pakistan. They quickly implemented their Muslim extremist agenda: no television, no films, no women outside the house without a male escort, no girls attending school. By 2009, an 11-year-old Pakistani girl named Malala Yousafzai had begun to speak out against the school ban. She continued to attend her local school, risking both her and her father's lives. She also attended conferences in nearby cities. She wrote online, "How dare the Taliban take away my right for education?" In 2012, at the age of 14, she was shot in the face as she rode the bus home from school one day. A masked Taliban soldier, armed with a rifle, boarded the bus and asked, "Who is Malala? Tell me or I will shoot everyone here." Malala identified herself, an amazing choice in and of itself. And the man shot her in the head in front of all the other passengers. Malala went into a coma and almost died. The Taliban stated publicly that if she somehow survived the attempt, they would both kill her and her father. Today, Malala is still alive. She still speaks out against violence and oppression towards women in Muslim countries. Now, as a best-selling author, in 2014 she received the Nobel Peace Prize for her efforts. It would seem that being shot in the face only gave her a larger audience and a more courage than before. It would have been easy for her to lie down and say, "I can't do anything," or "I had no choice." That, ironically, would have still been her choice, but she chose the opposite. A few years ago, I had written some ideas about some ideas in this chapter on my blog, and a man left a comment. He said that I was shallow and superficial, and added that I had no real understanding of life's problems or the human responsibility. He accused me of not knowing what true pain was, and said that I was an asshole for suggesting that he himself was responsible for the pain he felt over his son's death. The man had obviously suffered pain much greater than most people have ever confronted in their lives. He didn't choose for his son to die, nor was it his fault that his son died. The responsibility for coping with the loss was given to him, even though it was clear and understandably unwanted. But despite all of that, he's still responsible for his son's death, or he's still responsible for his own emotions, beliefs, and effects, and actions. How he reacted to his son's death was his own choice. Pain of one sort or another is inevitable for all of us. But we get to choose what it means to us and for us. Even in claiming that he had no choice in the matter and simply wanted his son back, he was making a choice, one of many he could have chosen, to use the pain. One of many ways he could have chosen to use the pain. Of course, I didn't say any of this to him. I was too busy being horrified and thinking, yes, perhaps in a way I was in over my head and had no idea what I was talking about. That's a hazard that comes with my line of work, a problem that I chose, and a problem that I was responsible for dealing with. At first, I felt awful. But then, after a few minutes, I began to get angry. His objection had little to do with what I was actually saying, I told myself. And what the hell? It was just because I don't have a kid who died doesn't mean I haven't experienced terrible pain myself. But then I actually applied my own advice. I chose my problem. I could get mad at this man and argue with him, try to outpain him with my own pain, which would have just made us both look stupid and insensitive, or I could choose a better problem, to work on practicing patience, understanding my readers better, and keeping the man in mind every single time I wrote about pain and trauma from then on. And that's what I've tried to do. I replied simply that I was sorry for his loss and left it at that. What else could you say? Genetics and the hand that we are dealt. In 2013, the BBC rounded up half a dozen teenagers with obsessive-compulsive disorder and followed them as they attended intensive therapies to try to help them overcome their unwanted thoughts and repetitive behavior. There was Imogen, a 17-year-old girl who had a compulsive need to tap every surface she walked by. If she failed to do so, she would be flooded with horrible thoughts of her family dying. That is very interesting. I think it's difficult for me to comprehend that, but okay. And there was Josh, who needed to do everything with both sides of his body. Shake a person's hands with both his left and right hand, eat food with each hand, step through a doorway with both feet, and so on. If he hadn't equalized his both sides, he suffered from severe panic attacks. And then there was Jack, the classic germaphobe who refused to leave his house without wearing gloves, boiled all his water before drinking it, and refused to eat food not cleaned and prepared by himself. OCD is a terrible neurologic and genetic disorder that cannot be cured. At best, it can be managed, and as we'll see, managing disorder comes down to managing one's values. The first thing the psychiatrists on this project did, is to tell the kids that they're to accept the imperfections of their compulsive desires. What that means, as one example, is that Imogen began flooded with horrible thoughts of her family dying. She has to accept that her family may actually die and there's nothing she can really do about it. Simply put, she is told that what happens to her is not her fault. Josh is forced to accept, over the long term, equalizing all the behavior to make them symmetric is to actually destroy his life more than occasional panicked attacks would. And Jack is reminded that no matter what he does, germs are always present and always infecting him. The goal is to get the kids to recognize that where were we? The goal is to get the kids to recognize that their values are not rational, in the fact that their values are not even theirs, but rather the disorder's, and that by fulfilling these irrational values, they're actually harming their ability to function in life. The next step is to encourage those kids to choose a value that is more important than their OCD value, and to focus on that. For Josh, it's the possibility of not having to hide his disorder from his friends and family all the time. For Imogen, it's the idea that taking control of her own thoughts and feelings to be happy again. And for Jack, it's the ability to leave the house for long periods of time without suffering traumatic episodes. With these new values held in front and center of their minds, the teenagers set out on intensive desensitization exercises that forced them to live out their new values. Panic attacks ensued, tears are shed, Jack punches an array of inanimate objects, then immediately washes his hands. But by the end of the documentary, major progress had been made. Imogen no longer needs to tap every surface she comes across. She says, "There's still monsters at the back of my mind, and there probably always will. But they're getting quieter now." Joss is able to go periods of 25 to 30 minutes without equalizing his behavior between both sides of his body. And Jack, who perhaps makes the most improvements, is actually able to go out to restaurants and drink out of bottles and glasses without washing them first. Jack sums up well that what he learned is, "I didn't choose this life. I didn't choose this horrible, horrible condition, but I get to choose how I live with it. I have to choose how I live with it." A lot of people are treated with being born with a disadvantage, whether OCD or small stature or something very different, as though they were screwed out of something highly valuable. They feel that there's nothing they can do about it, so they avoid the responsibility for their situation. They figure, "I didn't choose my crappy genetics, so it's not my fault if things go wrong." And it's true, it's not their fault, but it is still their responsibility. Back in college, I had a delusional fantasy of becoming a poker player. I won money and everything, and it was fun. But almost after a year of serious playing, I quit. The lifestyle of staying up all night staring at a computer screen, winning thousands of dollars one day and then losing most of it the next, wasn't for me. And it wasn't exactly the most healthy or emotionally stable means of earning a living. But my time playing poker had surprisingly profound effects on my life, on the way I see life. The beauty of poker is that while luck is always involved, luck doesn't dedicate the long-term results of the game. A person who can be dealt terrible cards a person getting dealt terrible cards can still beat someone who is dealt with great cards. Sure, the person who gets dealt with great cards has a higher likelihood of winning the hand, but ultimately the winner is determined by, yep, you guessed it, the choices each player makes throughout the play. I see life in the same terms. We get dealt great cards, some of us better cards than others, and while it's easy to get hung up on our own cards and feel like we got screwed over, the real game lies with the choices we are making with those cards, the risks we decide to take, and the consequences we choose to live with it. Most people consistently make best choices in the situation they're given and are the ones who eventually come out ahead in poker, just as in life. And it's not necessarily the people with the best cards. There are those who suffer psychological and emotionally from neurologic or genetic disorders, deficiencies, but this changes nothing. Sure, they inherited a bad hand and are not to blame. No more than the short guy wanting to get a date is the blame for being short. Or the person getting robbed is the blame for being robbed. But it's still their responsibility. Whether they choose to seek psychiatric treatments under therapy or do nothing. The choice is ultimately theirs to make. There are those, oh my god, I feel like I'm not reading as well today. Let me take a deep breath and drink some tea. But good news is, so far my voice feels much better. My nose is a little bit stuffier than yesterday, but I hope it doesn't affect things as much. There are those who suffer psychological, emotional, oh wait, no. Ooh. There are those who suffer bad childhoods. There are those who are abused, violated, screwed over physically, emotionally, financially. They are not to blame for their problems and their hindrances, but they're still responsible. Always responsible. To move on despite their problems is to make the best choice they can, given their circumstance. And let's be honest here, if you were to add up all the people who have some sort of psychiatric disorder, struggle with depression or suicidal thoughts, or have been subjected to neglect or abuse, have dealt with tragedy or the death of a loved one, have survived serious health issues, accidents, or trauma, you would round up all those people. If you were to round up all those people and put them in a room, well, you would have probably rounded up everyone, because nobody makes it through life without collecting a few scars on the way out. Sure, some people get saddled with worse problems than others, and some people are ultimately legitimately victimized in horrible ways. But as much as this may upset us, disturb us, ultimately it changes nothing about the responsibility equation of our own individual situations. Victimhood check. The responsibility fault fallacy allows us to pass off the responsibility of solving our problems to others. The ability to alleviate responsibility through blame gives people a temporary high and feeling of moral righteousness. Unfortunately, one side effect of the internet and social media is that it becomes easier than ever to push responsibility, even for the tiniest of infractions, onto some other group or people. In fact, this kind of public blame shame game has become so popular. In certain crowds, it's even seen as cool. The public sharing of injustices garners far more attention and emotional outpouring than most other events on social media, rewarding people who are able to perpetually feel victimized with ever-growing amounts of attention and sympathy. Victimhood chick is in style on both the right and left today, among both the rich and poor. In fact, this may be the first time in human history that every single demographic has felt unfairly victimized simultaneously. They are all riding the highs of moral indignation that comes with it. Right now, anybody who is offended about anything, whether it is the fact that a book about racism was assigned in a university class, or that Christmas trees were banned at the local mall, or the fact that taxes raised 0.5% on investment funds, feels as though they're being oppressed in some way and therefore deserve to be outraged, and that to have certain amounts of attention. The current media environment both encourages and perpetuates these reaction abuse because, after all, it's good for business. The writer and media commentator Ryan Holiday refers to this as outrage porn. Rather than reporting on real stories and real issues, the media finds it much easier and much more profitable to find something mildly offensive, broadcast it to the wide audience, generate outrage, then broadcast the outrage back across the population in a way that outrages yet another group. This triggers a kind of echo of bullshit ping-pong back forth between two imaginary sides, meanwhile distracting everyone from real societal problems. It's no wonder we're more politically polarized than ever before. Wait, I'm curious when this book came out. I think 2006. And wow, that's that's crazy. Maybe even earlier. But one thing I really want to talk about before we continue is or actually two ideas. They're both politically adjacent ideas, I suppose. And the first one is the idea that, you know, this outrage porn, it's one example in my life. I remember being really, really into politics in 2016. Basically around when the book came out. I was watching the DNC, I was, following up on every single speech that was given. I was really, really invested in the whole process. However, as I got more and more invested, as I started to watch more and more news, as I started to play more and more podcasts, listen to more and more podcasts, I noticed that, it was very, very difficult to get to... Hello, Bumblebee. We're back with reading some more books. Yeah, I said I was gonna play video games today, but I don't know. My voice didn't go away, so I decided to finish it off and just make it a clean 2 streams if I can. But back to the point. We're talking a little bit about why things are so polarized, why it's so attractive for businesses and media to report on outrage, report on I guess the kind of like fire fanning aspect of news, of stories, of emotions. And what was I talking about? Oh right, I got really, really into politics in 2016. I was really invested in the DNC and all the kind of like media out there that was talking about the election, and I was like, okay, I should do this, I should do that, I should pay attention because it's important and it matters to people. And I think at that time my values were to become more like an adult, so I thought that politics was something that adults really like and I should probably like it as well. And so I remember I was in the Chicago, for some reason I was in Chicago, and I was in the hotel when my mom went to her conference, and I watched the DNC all day. And then all of a sudden I was kind of like brought to the topic of the Green New Deal was brought to attention for me. And I was like, okay, I should go look up what it is. I didn't end up actually Googling. I was just curious to see if I could actually get the content of the deal through these types of media. And what I found out was really, really horrifying to me at that time. And it was because I spent the entire day watching CNN, I believe, and they talked about the Green New Deal so much. They talked about it. They talked about what people feels. Is it democratic? Is it what's the economic impact of the deal? But they never talked about what was actually inside the deal, and they never mentioned a single kind of like line or quote or some sort of statistic or reference to the actual deal. And that just got me incredibly furious because it was obvious that they were not trying to educate the audience. They aired 2 segments of the same exact discussion on the Green New Deal. It was the same few pundits. It was the same topic. It was the same, I guess, setting. But it was super frustrating to try and deal with the fact that I wasn't able to actually learn. And I was only learning about emotional outcries, emotional kind of effects of the Green New Deal. How did the Republicans feel about it? What is the approval numbers? What is the economic impacts of on rural areas, on cities, on companies, on jobs, on unemployment? And it was so funny that not a single time did they actually pull things out from the proposed plan and try to argue whether that is beneficial or not, using statistics, using science, because that doesn't matter to them. As a business, I understand this completely. For the actual media company, as a business, they're incentivized to do whatever that makes them the most money. But for me, that wasn't okay. Yeah, fine by me. I kind of ended up napping yesterday and have some insomnia. So that was a huge one. Oh, speaking of insomnia, I've noticed that I can only sleep for 3-hour segments or 4-hour segments. It's really frustrating. I think it's just the way I'm kind of like going about it is not really helpful. I should just force myself to sleep more one day. Because how I would sleep would be, let's say I get to sleep at 12 a.m., right? I sleep for 3 to 4 hours. I would wake up around 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. and then I would go about like, I'd feel a little hungry, or I would want to brush my teeth a little or do some things. And then I would go back to bed around, let's say, 6 or 5 a.m. and then sleep for 3 more hours to get to 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., something like that. And so that would be my usual 6 to 8 hour of sleep every single night. But then I would get tired in the middle of the day, and whenever I have time, I would go, I would try and get some sleep in, get a power nap, and then sometimes it lasts for way too long, and then that would also make it so it's harder to sleep the next day, and it's just a really, really, really bad cycle. But I don't know how I'm planning to deal with it just yet, but it's kind of an issue. Yeah, I struggled to sleep through as well, and by ended up napping, I meant listening to you read, and eventually the next thing I knew it was hours later. I think I've had this, or someone before has mentioned it. I guess I just have an effect. I do appreciate that I'm able to help in some kind of like minuscule way. Yeah. And that's also why I decided to choose some relaxing jazz music. It's because it's not, the most engaging stuff I've done on stream before. And I think it would be fun if people could, relax, take time off, put it in the background, or even just fall asleep too. You have a very calming voice. I appreciate it. I think, I don't remember if you were here last time when I mentioned it, but, oh shoot, I forgot. Let me find the message. Oh, it was Dan Pulley. Yeah. I remember someone mentioning stuff about my voice, and I used to have a very negative mindset. I think I talked about it before. I thought that I was not special in any single way. I wouldn't, no one would care about my voice or what I did or the things that I care about, because it's very generic. It's very, if I like something about it and there is a market, there is a community, then it's not special. And so that kind of applied to everything I thought about myself. And I know now that it was kind of toxic, but stuff like my voice, stuff like my interests, my personality. I honestly at one point thought that I had no personality. This was a quote from a friend, and it was a joke at the time, but I kind of for some reason took it way too seriously. And the quote was my entire personality was being tall and kind, or a kind giant kind of thing. And I thought that, that must mean that I'm not very interesting. I didn't have things that my friends cared about or thought were unique or different. And so that was a very bad mentality I had for myself. And so when I started streaming, I tried to change a lot of things. I tried to change the way I speak. I tried to change the way I laugh. I tried to change the mannerisms. Even right now, I do feel a little bit of a need to change, to improve the way I am, the way I present myself. And so, like, one of the reasons why I want to read is because I want to develop a more sophisticated vocabulary. I thought that the way I spoke was too, like, emotional and too generic, I suppose. Too back to the word. I know it's not good, but I think it helps me feel better, and so I think it's okay. However, I've come to realize that eventually, if I just do the things that I like and try to be more confident through various means, it doesn't matter. Like, I remember seeing someone talk about how, you know, most people have a very nice voice. Most people have a very kind of good demeanor. Most people are interested in very interesting things. As long as they're passionate and share stuff about it, they sound very, very encapsulating, engaged. So I should just care less about it. How you feel is important. Just keep in mind that you're usually your own biggest critic. Yeah, I back to the idea of I guess, what's the psychology term? Spotlight effect. I've really tried to work on that recently and realized that, you know, most people don't care about what others are doing. Let's say I go to Starbucks to read. I go to Starbucks to do whatever, to study. No one there like even knows what you're what you're looking at or cares what you're doing, right? Another example is like I used to hide the fact that I like VTubers. I like to VTube. I like to watch VTubers and stuff like that. And it's because my friends have indicated that they really don't like VTubers. They think it's stupid. And so I would try to like hide the fact everywhere I go. But I also try to do subtle things like my current phone case is a takodachi of Inanis from Hololive. And you know, I've always tried, like, one of my previous phone cases was the Bochi the Rock phone case. And so, like, I tried to do a lot of things that hint at my interests, but I never tried to like be really, really obvious and out like going or share too much about my interests, because I think that people won't care. But I've recently started to work on this because one example, when I met someone new recently and they asked, "Whoa, your phone case is really cute. What is it about? What is it actually what is it a picture of?" And I shared way too much about VTubers to this random individual I met. "Your voice is nice. Your mannerism and everything fits really well with your model. And it fits well overall. I like what you're doing." I appreciate it. The one thing I personally had a lot of issue with a lot of VTubers, which I realized is just wrong, which I realized later that it's just incorrect. I thought I had a huge problem with someone's voice or someone's mannerisms not fitting well with their models, but I just realized that it was my fault for setting really weird expectations based on the visuals of a character. And I realized that the more I watch, the more I listen to anyone new I was paying attention to, whether that be from Hololive or small indie VTubers. I noticed that eventually you just accept the fact that this is their voice, this is who they are, and the VTuber model is just a representation of their interests or who they think they are. You have a VTuber phone case? Yeah, I have a phone case. I have a Takodachi phone case. I have a Ina Takodachi phone case from Hololive, and I try to do a lot of subtle things to share my interests. Like the one before I had was the logo of Kesoku Band from Bochi the Rock, and every single time I put on these phone cases, I'm always like crossing my fingers in my heart, hoping that someone would say, "Oh, wait, you like Bochi the Rock as well? Oh my god, I've watched that anime." Or you like Ina from Hololive as well? I'm also a big fan, and it's never happened. I'm always a little disappointed at the end of like a month or so when no one mentions it to me. But some people are shy, I understand. Some people also, maybe just the area, the people I am with don't notice, because you know, when you hold your phone, it just covers the logos or whatever. yeah. What is it? The other one, oh right, the third phone case I got was a picture of my own model. an art piece I commissioned, but I have yet to use that one because I feel a little bit weird. It's almost like, because I identify a lot with my model, it feels a little like putting your own face on a phone case and carrying that around. It's a little weird, narcissistic and egotistical. So I haven't gone there yet, but it was fun trying to like learn. Okay, how do I commission an art piece? How do I commission a physical product as well? I get what you mean. Yeah. But alright, where are we? Alright, being politically polarized. But yeah, back to the main point of the tangent. I really think that the only way to curtail corporate behavior is through the influence of incentives and regulation. There is no other way around it. Companies will always try their best to, maximize profits, whatever. And so the only way to correct their behavior is through, moving that profit around, moving that profit incentive around, or try to regulate them through law. Right, you add additional costs of breaking the law, whether that be jail time for the CEO or fines or negative publicity, right? So stuff like that would add costs to their equation and eventually diminish their profitability enough that they would be dissuaded to, engage in those activities, whether that be running ads, running like negative ads, like false advertising or fraud, or a bunch of other things. And that applies to media companies as well. There just needs to be some sort of rules in place, I believe. The biggest problem with victimhood chick is the fact that it sucks away attention from actual victims. Take away money and they'll listen. Exactly. That's also why I okay, this is a little bit more into politics than I usually would prefer, but since we're on the topic, this is also why I've been really appreciating the work of Lena Khan, recently the FTC chair. She's actually been going after corporations and suing the shit out of them. Like going after, was it Google recently as well? Amazon, Apple, I don't know. Basically, like going for big companies for antitrust that was kind of like ignored for years and years and years. Hello, Ellie. Welcome. Yeah, we're continuing reading the book. We're almost at the end of chapter 5. And what happened to the 10-hour Syphu stream? Unfortunately, at the end of yesterday's stream, we got to about 50% of the way there. My voice was going to give out, and I thought I had to rest today, but miraculously I didn't end up losing my voice, and so we're back. A little bit of a broken promise, I apologize, but hey, it was it was really fun. I really enjoyed it. It was honey tea for sure. Exactly. I'm sure. I'm sure. I'm so glad you mentioned it. Bumblebee. Yeah. I have brought out. Oh shoot! I forgot to mute the sound. Wait, I think did the audio on that go correctly? Posture check. Alright. Oh right. Um, this is a story. I don't know if I can share, but I'm gonna share it anyways. We heard it, yeah. I meant is the syncing correct? Because I had to disable it yesterday because the audio came through much earlier than the actual hits. Care package. Thank you. I'm hydrating with honey tea. This time today, I don't have mocha. I have Earl Grey, and it has been really good. I prefer this so much more than matcha. Seems like it's fine now. Right. Okay. Yay. Posture check. Stretch. Good tea. Yeah, good tea fuels my life. I'm giving myself a migraine with a factory game. Oh, speaking of factory games, I saw that Satisfactory was out, the 1.0 version. I was surprised to hear that they were in beta this entire time. But anyways, back with... Oh, right. I was going to share the story of my chair. So, as with the burglary that happened, I had my stuff stolen over summer, and the perpetrator, when they climbed into my storage unit, they like cut a hole open on the sides of the wall and climbed into my storage unit. I believe they landed on my chair, and they broke the headrest. And so I had these weird like plastic sharp edges sticking out from the headrest, and my chair is a mid-level. I finally took the plunge and invested in a good Herman Miller chair, and I was really happy with the product and everything. And so when I saw that my chair was broken, I got really sad, and I didn't really know what to do with the headrests. Headrest spikes, we'll call them. And so I went to contact customer support to ask, okay, how can I remove this stuff? And the Herman Miller customer support person actually said she was going to give me a full like warranty claim and swap my chair out, and that was my positive experience with that company. Yeah, I'm impressed you managed to get back to what you're saying. I'd forget. I do a very bad job. It's just that these are some of the shorter tangents. Some shorter tangents I've gone on, and so I can kind of like trace my steps back. But from time to time, I get like really lost, and the only way I would be able to kind of move on from the discussion would just to be going back to whatever previously I was doing and try to... I think... Am I that bad at remembering topics? Yeah, no. I am. Not sure why my message failed to send at first. Industrialist, a little game on a website my nephew found. You're actually on a good track record so far. Oh, interesting. I didn't think so, but maybe I had a very bad impression. No, bad image, I guess, of myself. Okay, well, all right, we should move back. Get back to the page. This time it's a much slower pace that we're going at, half an hour-ish for only half a chapter. So, yeah, the voice stuff. The other day, some people told me that my voice is flat and monotonous in a good way. I'm not sure how to feel about this. Sorry, I keep distracting. No, it's fine. I'd honestly rather talk about have have tangents to go on. I really enjoy those. I think this is something I've like agonized over a lot. And honestly, doing this stream is one of the ways that I'm practicing. I've never mentioned this before, but I try a lot to make, or no. Okay, let me put words into actual meaning into actual words. So like I mentioned before, I cared a lot about like, oh, what if, no one finds the things I do interesting, or like I'm very boring, or my voice is very generic and not interesting. And so I've been learning a lot about like the intonation, the pacing, the literary devices in the ways you speak. So I think currently I have an over-reliance on repetition. So when I give examples, I like to give 3 or more and try to like emphasize the points. And I'm a yapper, I can't shut up. Monotone in a good way? I'm not sure what that means. I think usually I've also had people who have said this to me before. I've went through a lot of the practices, a lot of the research that I did myself, and it just means that maybe it's smooth, maybe it's like very, very easy to listen to, but it also doesn't really grab attention, and maybe they just personally prefer the easy to listen to parts. They told me I'm on live, so it was really hard not to get that stuff in my head about it. Oh, I've had some really bad experiences with some people on stream before, so I previously had a very high level of self-defense, I suppose. I would put up barriers about how I feel about whatever people say, and so I'm not going to share the specific story. Maybe I will feel more comfortable in the future, but it was basically someone weird who is no longer hanging around, but they said some weird stuff that kind of got me really scared, and that's also one of the reasons why I prefer not to share too much about my own personal identity, my own personal information. And so it seemed like that person would actually try to like find me if I did, but so I now just take everything people say about me with a grain of salt. I appreciate all the compliments much more, but if there's a criticism, I take it to heart in the way that I appreciate that this is how they feel and that they're sharing it, but I can make my own judgment about whether I believe it's true or not, whether I believe it's important or not. It's kind of like relevant to the point of the book as well. It's I'm still working on it, of course, as well, but like if this person said that about my voice or my character or whatever I'm doing on stream, then I would say, okay, maybe this person feels that way, but do I care? Do I believe that the things that I'm doing is fun or exciting or interesting? And so, like, for example, the reading stream, I would believe that most people would not be interested in watching a reading stream because it could be monotonous in the sense that there's nothing changing and it's not exciting. It's going against all the Mr. Beast protocols for content. But, if I think it's interesting, if I like what I'm doing, then that's kind of like all that matters. And I think this is really fun. I've never done anything like this before. I've never spoken for 5 hours straight on end. Even when I'm streaming, playing video games, there's times where I just randomly shut up, right? They were nice and some regulars agreed, but it made it hard to think about it. In a way, it was reassuring, but still been with me since then. I think give me a second. Let me think about this. I want to formulate my response in an honest and accurate manner. I believe that it's still kind of the same response that I had earlier. It is important to recognize that these people feel this way, and it's also important to recognize that is it important? Is this the point of your stream? I I apologize. I haven't actually checked out any of your streams yet, Bumblebee. But I believe that if you are an ASMR VTuber, let's say ASMR streamer, then this might be important to you. If you tend to focus your content on, like most people do, video game streams or art streams, some of it could be important. Let's say if you're an artist, I believe that it wouldn't matter as much what your voice feels like to people. And if you're okay with things that you're doing and the way that, in a way, you can kind of take a step back and evaluate your own whatever you're doing, it is important to, see that they actually do appreciate it. So it might not be a bad thing. The words that they choose may be inaccurate as well, right? Monotone and flat carry negative connotations. And so, like, personally, I would believe that it's something I'm trying to change away from, because I personally believe that it is important to me. But, some people, like a lot of the people, like, I don't know. I hate the way that I'm just gonna name a random streamer here. I hate the way that, like, Ludwig speaks. I think it's not enough for me to, like, dislike him or his content, but it's just something that, like, irks me a little bit, and so that I would probably sometimes react negatively. But yeah, no, it's absolutely fine, and thank you. Yeah, I apologize. I don't think I did a good job of conveying my opinion, but I think it's important to recognize those feelings, those their reactions, their opinions, but also recognize your own. And your own opinion is much more important. Even though streaming, even though content creation, even though social media relies on the opinions of others. Recently, I was watching a video by Doug called Doug's Guide to for New Content Creators, and it's very important. There was a quote from the video where he said, "You imagine a stadium of you, and you are just making content for that stadium of you, the stadium of people that like the things that you like, care about what you think, and are interested in you." And so that's what has kind of stuck with me for a very long time. And doesn't matter if people think that, you're weird, or this is too niche, or it's not going to appeal to the general public, because that's not what matters. That's not what is important to me. I got what you mean. I'm glad. Okay. All right. This time for real. Back to the back to the book. The biggest problem with victimhood chick is that it sucks away attention from real victims. It's like the boy who cried wolf. The more people there are who proclaim themselves victims over the tiny infractions, the harder it becomes to see who the real victims are. People get addicted to feeling offended all the time because it gives them a high. Being self-righteous and morally superior feels good. As political cartoonist Tim Kreider puts it on New York Times op-ed, outrage is like a lot of other things that feel good, but over time devour us from the inside out. And it feels even more insidious than the most vices, because we don't even consciously acknowledge that it is a pleasure. But part of our lives in a democracy and a free society is that we all have to deal with the views and people that we don't necessarily like. That's the simple price we pay. You could even say that that's the whole point of the system. And it seems more and more people are forgetting that. We should pick our battles carefully, and while simultaneously attempting to empathize empathize a bit with the so-called enemies. We should approach the news and media with a healthy dose of skepticism and avoid painting those who disagree with us with a broad brush. Oh my god. We should prioritize the values of being honest, fostering transparency, and welcome doubt over the values over being right. Feeling good. And getting revenge. These democratic views are harder to maintain amidst the constant noise of a networked world, but we must accept the responsibility and nurture them regardless. The future stability of our political system depends on it. So, I know I'm stopping again, but I think this is really important. It's kind of one of my opinions of recent times, and that it's also one of the things that I noticed. A lot of the vocabulary being used now is so different compared to 10 years ago, 5 years ago even, or 20 years ago. And that when these politicians go run, it seems like they're appealing to only their portion of the population, their respective parties, or their respective groups. Honestly, no matter if it's politics or business or any field nowadays, it seems like they only care or talk to their base, or they go approach the other base. And what they do is they use a lot of vocabulary that only is relevant to one group. And it's no longer an election for the United States president, if we're taking the general election as an example. But it's no longer an election for the entire American population. It's more like an election to win people to your side. I know that's like the point of elections, but as president, as the office of the presidency, you serve everyone. And so it's interesting to see that is no longer the point when you compare things to how the parties, how the election is being run 10 years ago, in 2008, for example, or that's, oh my god, that's that's 16 years ago. Oh gosh. You can see the stark difference. There is no how. A lot of people may hear about all this and then say something like, okay, but how? I get that my values suck, that I'm avoiding responsibility for all my problems. Oh god, we're getting old. Yeah, I can't believe 2024 is almost over. I know I set out on a journey to improve myself by the end of 2025, but oh gosh, the months are flying by. I can't believe it. Oh gosh. I saw someone say we're like 80% of the way through this year, and that doesn't seem right. At the beginning of the year, I was still like thinking, oh gosh, 2016, 2017 felt like 3 years ago. Don't mention, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right, let's move on. And that I'm an entitled little shit who thinks the world should revolve around me and every inconvenience I experience. But how do I change? And to this I say, in my best Yoda impression, do or do not. There is no how. I don't have a good Yoda impression. Wait. I'll try. Let me try. Do or do not. There is no how. Oh my god. 2016 was yesterday. Oh gosh. Oh no. I remember I was playing TF2 in 2016. Oh no. Not terrible? Hey. I'm not a Star Wars fan, so I'll be honest. I kind of surprised myself there as well. You are already choosing in every moment of every day what to give a fuck about. So change is simple as choosing to give a fuck about something else. It really is that simple. It's just not easy. It's not easy because you're going to feel like a loser, a fraud, a dumbass at first. You're going to be nervous, you're going to freak out. You may get pissed at your wife or your friends or your father in the process, but these are all side effects of changing your values, of changing the fucks that you are giving. They are inevitable. It is simple, but really, really, really hard. Let's take a look at some of these side effects. You're going to feel uncertain, I guarantee it. Should I really give this up? Is this the right thing to do? Giving up a value you've depended on for years is going to feel disorientating, as if you don't really know right from wrong anymore. This is hard, but it's normal. Next, you feel like a loser, a failure. You've spent half your life measuring yourself by the old values. So when you do change your priorities, change your metrics, and stop behaving in the same way, you feel as though you failed to meet that old trusted metric, and thus immediately feel some sort of fraud. Feel like some sort of fraud or nobody. But this is also normal and also uncomfortable. And certainly, you will weather rejections. Many of the relationships in your life were built around the values you've been keeping. So the moment you change those values, the moment you decide that studying is more important than partying, oh my god, then getting married and having a family is more important than rampant sex, that working a job you believe in is more important than money, your turnaround will reverberate throughout your relationships, and many of them will blow up in your face. This is too normal. This too is normal. And thus, this too is uncomfortable. These are necessary, though painful, side effects of choosing to place your fucks elsewhere, in a place far more important and more worthy for your energies. As you reassess your values, you will be met with internal and external resistance along the way. More than everything and anything, you'll feel sorry, I had to mute my coughing. I apologize. Let me hydrate. I can't judge. I don't know Star Wars enough. I've only watched the movies. I haven't once, and I don't really keep things around or try to seek out the fandom or anything. But this book keeps calling out to me. I think I always try to keep a cautious mindset, because a lot of, especially self-help books, but also I don't remember the specific name of the psychological effect, but when people write generically, it feels like, and you're in a mindset to accept information, it feels like everything calls out to you. It feels like everything is relevant because it's designed to be that way. It's designed to, star signs or zodiacs, right? These things, I remember going out and finding my star sign and reading, oh wow, this really, really resonates with me. but then I went to read the articles for the other ones. I put in a false, I put in a fake birthday to check out each and every single one, and they all seem to resonate equally. They all seem to resonate in a way that, like, oh, I can see myself. This really speaks to me, and because it's designed that way, they want everyone to feel the same because that's their objective. Oh, calling me out. Calling out. Oh, oh gosh. I can't read. I can't read. Calling me out. Also, that as well. I think a lot of the examples that the book gives are very generic and very applicable to everyone. Even the ones that aren't applicable, you just kind of read and forget because it isn't relevant to you. It's the VTuber dyslexia. Yeah. I've also noticed that every single VTuber does the thing where they nod their head and say something like or mm-hmm. Okay. These are necessary, though painful side effects of choosing to place your fucks elsewhere, in a place far more important and more worthy of your energies. As you reassess your values, you will be met with internal and external resistance along the way, and more than everything, you'll feel uncertain. You'll wonder what you are doing, if what you're doing is wrong. But we'll see. Oh my god. But as we'll see, this is a good thing. Alright. Alright. I'm not generic. I don't do the naughty thing. Oh. It's hard for me to change because there's this idea of information diets for you. I saw this in the leaked Mr. Beast production guide, and I thought that was very interesting. I valued that part of his intellect and knowledge and experience. Some things I disagree with. I don't watch any of his videos. I've never watched a Mr. Beast video from start to finish, and I'm kind of proud of it. I'm a little bit of a... What's the word? I saw this word used somewhere. But basically, when like an anime gets too popular, like Frieren or Arcane or what was the one recently? Spy X Family or Jujutsu Kaisen or Demon Slayer, when something gets popular, I immediately do not want to watch it, or I immediately think, oh, it's way too popular. It must be like, you know, so generic and boring and but yeah. Yeah, you get what I mean. And then when I do eventually, like years later or seasons later, I go back and watch those shows, it does not do any of the weird assumptions that I had. So it's good. Everyone liked it, so it must be good. That's kind of like the mentality I try to have, but I fail to do so. So this season of anime, there's a show called Dan, and everyone's like hyping it up to be this next great thing. So I immediately thought, okay, it's weird. The art style's weird. I don't know. I'm gonna like it. I'm just gonna put it off and see what people think when the entire season is finished. But it's kind of like falling back into the same rabbit hole. Don't change. It's fun. Yeah, I like it a lot. But back to the information diets thing. I think it is very true that this information diet idea is like relevant, where if you want to, let's say, get better at making Mr. Beast videos, then you should probably go and watch every single Mr. Beast video. If you want to go and become a writer, you should probably read books. And if you want to become a great artist and paint in a specific style, then you should probably go seek those styles out. Impressionism, realism, postmodernism, whatever there is to offer. However, you know, it's always important to actually go do those activities as well. So like if you want to be a streamer, then you should actually stream instead of wishing to stream, or or hoping that, you know, set up everything. I was a big victim of this, where I thought I had to, you know, set up everything, make everything perfect, even before my first stream. So when I eventually said, fuck it, let's just start, that changed a lot for me. I realized that, you know, after a stream, I can reevaluate and realize that, okay, these things I did were stupid, these things I did were good, and I should do more of the good things and avoid more of the stupid things. Yeah, it always deters me a little. Most of the anime I've been watching have titles spanning a sentence or more. Oh my god. I am, I'll do a little bit of self-exposing. I am a huge isekai fan. It's in a really degenerate and embarrassing and and other people would look down on me way. I think since the year, or not since, I mean like I've watched every single isekai title, isekai anime from now all the way back to the, like a very rough point in, like, let's say 2000, the season of 2016 winter. And so and so, like, you know, everything from nobody knows that I'm, or I don't remember, but like my favorite ones would be, I have a very niche like favorite, and it is the kingdom building genre. So I love as that time I got reincarnated as a slime. I love some of the weirder, more specific ones, called A Genius Prince's Guide to Bringing a Nation Out of Debt. There's also How a Realist Hero Rebuilds the Kingdom. It's just so interesting. I don't know. It's about like the mishmash of economics, politics, human resources, human like talent, I suppose, and politics and war, and just all these very interesting and unique concepts being mixed together and basing it into reality, into our history, like human history, makes it so fascinating. I mean, understandable. Yeah, recently, this season, there's the season 2 of As I Am Reincarnated, I Began... Oh no, I forgot the title. But it's like the Aristocrat Isekai season 2. And that's been pretty interesting. I think it's one of the ones that focus less on politics as much, economics as much, but it's still interesting. Like, yeah, I need more campfire cooking. Oh, kingdom building is fun. I've heard the princess one. It's on my watch list. Oh, wait. Princess one? Oh, no. It's a princess, like Prince apostrophe S. I apologize. I probably didn't pronounce it correctly. But, Yuru Camp is also... I think that's the one you're talking about, right? Campfire cooking. Yuru Camp is also one that I kind of had the same example, same feeling. Sorry, not example. Wait, which one's the princess one? If adding that to my list then. Yeah, it's good. It's good. I really like it. But a lot of people don't like the kingdom building. They think that politics or economics or war is very, very boring, as from a strategist's point of view. But personally, I like a lot of those shows. But oh yeah. Campfire cooking was also one of the shows that I felt like, oh, this is generic. This is pandering. This is probably very boring. But and that's because one of my friends really likes the show, and then so I immediately started to dislike it, even though I haven't seen anything. I did try to watch it once, and I dropped the show after like 3 episodes, but I don't think I gave it a fair chance. I kind of went into it with a tinted lens. It's somewhere on the list. This is like 800 titles long. Oh my god. Yeah. It's so funny, but campfire cooking managed to make it that far into mainstream. Oh right. Okay. So right now I'm taking a Japanese class, and we have a presentation that is on Mount Fuji. And so for one of the graphics, I decided to use campfire cooking, like their collaboration with like the local tourism office, and they had a like the Mount Fuji in the background, and they had the characters in the foreground, but like back facing the audience, and that was very interesting. And I thought that image was helpful and useful, so I slapped it on the slides. It's fun. It's a full title is literally a whole sentence. Campfire cooking in another world. Oh, that one I've watched. Ah, shoot. I thought you were talking about Yuru Camp. My bad. I thought you were talking about Yuru Camp. What's the English name? I think the English name is just Yuru Camp. No. It's like a comfy camping anime at the base of Mount Fuji. Dungeon Meshi is also good. It's okay. I thought it was I really enjoyed the world building. I have a big focus on world building. If a show's world building is bad, I absolutely hate it. I've also started to score all of my shows. I think that I was too lenient when I was younger, when I watched those shows. So I went back, sometimes rewatching. I usually don't rewatch anything. I don't rewatch YouTube videos, I don't rewatch shows, I don't rewatch movies, I don't rewatch anime. Senshi is awesome. Yep. Yep. I thought his backstory was really, really cool. No spoilers, but he was a mysterious character that got a very, very rewarding explanation. Did you like the campfire cooking I talked about? I thought it was fun. I thought it was I really liked it's the one with the wolf, right? I think I remember that one. I liked a lot of the dishes. I thought they were interesting. Speaking of dishes, oh my god, another tangent. I recently made when I was watching Dungeon Meshi, I went to make some of the dishes in the show, and it was fun. I tried to make the risotto that Senshi made for the cat lady. I forgot her name, but it was towards the end of the show, and it had some mushrooms, some cheese, some I think that was it. Mushroom and cheese and rice, of course. And so when I went to try and make it, I realized that, oh shoot, I don't have mushrooms. And so I put in some tofu and bacon as replacements, as substitutes. And actually, it was really good. It turned out very, very good. Yeah. With Fenrir? Yep. Okay, that one. I think it was really fun. I enjoyed the beginning and the dishes in the show, but I thought that it got a little bit repetitive. That was kind of like my only criticism for the show. It got a tiny bit repetitive towards the end. Yeah, sounds tasty. So it's basically tofu, thick skinned tofu, bacon, cheese, a lot of cheese, and rice. And it was the first time I made risotto, but somehow it turned out actually not bad. I've also enjoyed The Weakest Tamer Begins a Journey to Pick Up Trash. Oh, it's the one with the little girl, right? On the cover. I watched the first episode and it was very, very different than what I kind of expected. So I put it off for a bit and I haven't continued. I watched campfire cooking while eating, so it was so chill, very chill. Ooh, it's very different. Yeah, I think it's still on my to watch list, but I didn't know like what I was getting into and whether it would be enjoyable, so I put it off for a bit. Another show that I really want to watch is what's it called? The remake of Wolf Girl and Spices or something. I forgot the name, but that one looks really good as well. I think it's called Inuyasha. Spice and Wolf. Yep, Spice and Wolf. Took me a little to get used to, but it's fun once you get adjusted. All right, I'll take a look. I'll go and check it out. But okay, back to the book, chapter 6. Chapter 6. You're wrong about everything, but so am I. 500 years ago, cartographers believed that California was an island. Doctors believed that slicing a person's arm open or causing bleeding anywhere could cure disease. Scientists believed that fire was made out of something called phlogiston. Women believed that rubbing dog urine on their face had anti-aging benefits. Astronomers believed that the sun revolved around the earth. When I was a little boy, I used to think mediocre was a kind of vegetable that I didn't want to eat. I thought my brother had found a secret passageway in my grandmother's home because he could get outside without leaving the bathroom. Spoiler alert, there was a window. I also thought that when my friend and my family visited Washington, BC, they had somehow traveled back in time to when dinosaurs lived, because after all, BC was a long time ago. One more tangent. I'm so unsure about the remake. I love the old one, but the intro to the new Spice and Wolf had me not fully on board yet. The music is great, the art is somehow is nice, but some stuff is just the old one I haven't watched, but I really liked Ina's cover of the OP, I believe, the song in the show, so yeah. Oh, when I was younger, oh my god. When I was younger, I had this weird, well, I guess it's very common now that I've known, but I thought that babies came from kissing and that you should I don't remember where I saw this. It was probably some show that my parents were watching, but like French kissing and the exchange of saliva caused babies to grow in the stomach, and that you needed to make sure that the that the saliva was swallowed, otherwise the baby would die on the way or something. And so I had two really close friends, female friends, in elementary school. Oh no. I'm getting, my face is getting red. I'm getting so embarrassed saying the story, but I had these two very close female friends that I think I might have had a crush on one of them. but this is like, like really early elementary school, so it's hard for me to reflect on those emotions, but I remember one recess, one break between classes, I was standing on these like two steps near the exit of the front gate of my school, and I would intentionally try to trip. This is so stupid. I would intentionally try to trip so that I could add casual and be accidental about about kissing, because I would try to like fall onto them or whatever. The common trope of anime, of course, but the amount of times I've heard people say that. Yeah, it's oh my god, I feel like I'm having a fever right now because I'm so embarrassed. but that's what I thought, and that's what I believed. And another fun story with those two girls, we had swimming class together. We had swimming class or PE class together, I suppose. And so the other girl who I was closer with, but I didn't like have a crush on her. It was our last day of swimming, and we had a kind of a time trial, of one where you're supposed to swim the length of the pool and then come back, and the teacher would time us, and based on our improvements from the start of the swimming unit, we would get a grade. And so it was almost the girl's turn to swim, and she was like, oh no, I I need to pee. Oh, what do I do? And I was like, okay, you should hold it in. So you should hold in your pee, so you feel a sense of urgency and nervousness and anxiety, and you would swim faster. And and I remember distinctly after she had swam her lap, she got out of the water and was like, Syphu, thank you. I actually believed I swam faster because of what you told me, because you told me to hold in my pee. I don't know how I got here, but that was one basic core memory I have. And so afterwards, when I eventually got into the swim team and got to go to swim events and like, what are they called? Like swim meets, right? Swim meets, and compete myself. Every time I would feel the urge to pee, I would try my best to hold in my pee and and what's it called? And race with my pee in. Oh god. Oh no. But alright, anyways, jumping away from that, because I don't want to continue on the topic of peeing and swimming and stuff. I'll go back to the book. As a teenager, I told everybody that I didn't care about anything, when the truth was I cared way too much. Other people ruled my world without even my knowledge. I thought happiness was a destiny, not a choice. I thought love was something that just happened, not something you worked for. I thought being cool had to be practiced and learned from others rather than invented for oneself. Wow, that was a cool sentence. I wanna be able to use that sentence somewhere. When I was with my first girlfriend, I thought we would be together forever, and that when the relationship ended, I thought I'd never feel the same way about a woman again. Give me a second, I need to hydrate. Oh. Well, let me finish the passage. I thought I'd never feel the same way about a woman again. And when I felt the same way... Oh, no. I can't read. Let me use a pointer. I realized that each individual gets to decide what is enough, and that love can be whatever we want it to be. Okay, let me drink some water. Alright. Okay. I'm hydrated and I'm back. Every step of the way, I was wrong about everything. Throughout my life, I've been flat out wrong about myself, others, society, culture, the world, the universe, everything. And I hope that will continue to be the case for the rest of my life. Just as present Mark can look back at past Mark's every mistake and flaw, one day future Mark will look at look back at present Mark and his assumptions, including the contents of this book, and notice a similar flaw. And that will be a good thing, because it will mean that I have grown. There's a famous Michael Jordan quote. There's a famous Michael Jordan quote about him failing over and over and over again, and that's why he succeeded. Well, I'm always wrong about everything, over and over and over again, and that's why my life improves. Growth is an endless, iterative process. When we learn something new, we don't go from right to wrong or wrong to right, rather we go from wrong to slightly less wrong. And that when we learn something additional, we go from slightly less wrong to slightly less wrong than that, and even less wrong than that then and so on. We are always in the process of approaching truths and perfection without ever actually reaching truth and perfection. We don't seek to find the ultimate right answer for ourselves, but rather we seek to chip away the ways that we are wrong today, so that we can be a little less wrong tomorrow. When viewing from this perspective, personal growth can actually be quite scientific. Our values are our hypotheses. This behavior is good and important, and that other behavior is not. Our actions are experiments. The resulting emotions and thought patterns are our data. There is no correct dogma or perfect ideology. There's only what your experience has shown you to be right for you. And that even then, that experience is probably somewhat wrong too. And that because you and I and everybody else have differing needs and personal histories and life circumstances. Oh. Thank you so much for the raid, Tino. Welcome. Yeah. Hello everyone. My name is Syphu. I'm a guardian of nature, and you're. Wait, no. Oh, I got that wrong. Whoops. Welcome. Hello, Tino. Yeah. Oh, hi Ryan. What's up? Wait, I messed up my introductions. Give me a second. Hello everyone. My name is Syphu, and I am a mythical deer and your guardian of nature. Immediately got ads. Wait, what? Oh shoot. Oh no, not the ads. Oof. Unlucky timing. We're out. Okay. Oh, I'll do it again. Hello everyone, my name is Syphu. I am a mythical deer and your guardian of nature. But welcome. Yeah, today we are reading a book, a very particular book. Pre-rolls on? I think pre-rolls are off, so that was just unlucky. And yeah, I started a journey of self-improvement recently, and so this was a book that I've always wanted to read, recommended by a lot of friends to give this book a shot, give this book a read, and I've been pretty bad about keeping up with reading, so that's why I am doing it on stream today. I have about... How many chapters are there? Like... Oh, I see a chapter page. 4 more chapters to go through, so about 4 more hours of reading. But yeah, this so far it's been very, very interesting, because this book is very kind of contrarian, I suppose. It's telling you to do the opposite of all the self-help guru type advice, and so far I've been resonating with a lot of the things that are being said. There are things that, I don't believe is accurate, but there's always, take it with a grain of salt. For me, it's not that I don't give a fuck. I am just lazy and don't care. Yeah. That could happen for sure. It's been a little bit of a challenge. I'll I'll admit I usually don't swear that much. I don't, especially on stream, but normally as well I don't really swear. So it's been difficult to read so many swear words in a row. I didn't want to, like, you know, censor myself or anything, but it's just the way that swear words are like written. It's difficult because when you don't use swears, it's hard to know what the swear is supposed to mean. Is it supposed to be in the in the expression that, oh, you know, damn it, or is it supposed to be an angry one, a expressive one, one in the sexual manner, sexual context? It's really it's really difficult. So far it's kind of just been using it, saying it in the exclamation kind of context. Free from ad jail now? Oh, okay. Yo, hey, everyone has their own challenges, and as long as we acknowledge them and respect them, take your time. Sure. Yo, was out a minute ago. Wait, you can have different ad jails? Oh, I suppose Ryan got the short end of the stick. But welcome. I hope you're all doing well today. I thought I was gonna be able to finish yesterday. Unfortunately, my voice gave out about halfway through. So today, I hope we are going to be able to finish the rest of the book. I'm currently on page 116. So no, 17. If you had the book, you can read along if you want to. But you could also just Bumblebee just put me on the background and took a nap, and that was very productive for them. Most likely due to government regulations. EU? Oh, that's nice. That's nice. I was recently in France. Okay, well, a little bit longer of a tangent. I know. This is a reading stream, but I love going on tangents, so I'm not gonna stop myself. I was in France recently, just before the Olympics started, and that was really, really fun. Oh my god. Everywhere I've gone, besides the United States of America, I've preferred so much more to live in. When I was in France, I thought the city was beautiful. I lived in Paris mainly, but I did go out to Versailles to visit the palace and stuff like that. Not the French. Oh, hey, it was okay. It was okay. People were nice. Most people knew English, so it was not that bad. The city was nice. It was walkable. It was commutable, and the grocery stores were very convenient, unlike America. I've also visited Toronto. I've also visited Vancouver, and they're so much better to live in. I don't know. Maybe it's because I can't drive. I don't have my driver's license, so, you know, I might feel like I'm a bird in a cage in a sense, or the area at which I can, you know, move around to maneuver is much more limited than a usual American. But also, I hate how the city I'm living in, it's just strip malls everywhere. So when I go into one street, I literally cannot tell that I'm in this part of the city because the strip mall here looks exactly like the same one on the opposite side of the city. Oh gosh. France is oddly specific, says the German. The French got Syphu. It was good. It was good. I don't get the French hate. All right, I'm gonna do something out of the ordinary and defend my experience in France. I don't know why. Why do they get the bad rep? I know. Okay, baguettes are kind of stupid, but I've had some good ones there. I love croissants. What else? The Olympic ring on the Eiffel Tower was pretty cool. What else? The Paralympics on the Arc de Triomphe was pretty cool as well. Oh, baguettes are awesome? Yeah. Victim of French propaganda. Hey, okay. Actually, thinking about it, maybe it's a bad idea. I don't know. I am nervous to defend France. Austrian here? Oh, they're very specific. I see. I got approached by French people multiple times when I lived in Austria because they assumed I would speak French. I do not. And when I would tell them I don't. They genuinely looked like I told them to fuck off. Okay. Interesting. Because, I don't know, my experience in France so far was good. Maybe it's just the environment I was in. It was like the nicer part of the city. I lived near the French Opera House at that time, and so when I walked around, it would always be like, you know, a store here, you know, a higher end restaurant. It was so expensive though, and the portions there were massive. Somehow, like, all the other people I was working with had, like, they would go out and buy like a portion of meal, and every store near there did like meal deals, right? Lunch deals, and they would bring back this gigantic bowl of salad or rice or you know, wherever they bought things from. And every single time I went with them or I tagged along and bought the same thing, I would be unable to finish the meal. So I would basically split my meal into halves. I would eat lunch about, you know, halfway and then finish it off for dinner. But I don't know, people there just eat so much, and they get such a long lunch break. They have like a 2.5-2 hour lunch break. Some people go to the gym in that time. It's weird. Opera house, you're richer in something? No. It was just the circumstance of the situation I was in. I wanted a walkable commute, so I lived in a really, really tiny place. Basically, imagine a public restroom. and like the size of a public restroom, and maybe a little bit smaller than that. And that was how much space I had. When I did my when I streamed, it was basically like the bed, a tiny walkway, a tiny kitchen, a tiny sink, and a tiny restroom, and that was it. There was nothing else in there. Well, I don't want to be that guy, but I am mixed Australian and Nigerian. Austrian and Nigerian. I'm sorry. I apologize. I was born in Austria, and my experience with French people often got reduced down to my skin color. Ah, I see. Yeah. It's interesting, because France is one of the places, from my knowledge... Oh, thank you so much for the follow. From my knowledge, is one of the places... I'm trying to be careful, but it is one of the places that are more accepting towards darker-skinned individuals, because they have... I think the population that are black is quite high. I'm not sure though, so... I've showed them the true European way. That's actually valid. I've been in France rather regularly in the past few years, and I was dating a French guy, and the amount of older views I've run into is actually mind-boggling. I honestly think it's true in America as well. Just like when I am in the South, like recently I saw 2 houses next to each other, and one of them had a Trump sign on the front lawn, and the other used to have a Harris and Walls sign. And then a few days ago, when I walked by again, the Harris and Walls sign was torn open, a hole punched through, and like on the road, and cars would like drive over it. It was just kind of weird and really, really annoying to live in this environment. Okay, all right. Actually going back to reading. Doing the thing I'm saying I say I'm supposed to do. So where are we? 117, page 117. Growth is an endlessly iterative process. When we learn something new, we don't go from wrong to right. Rather, we go from wrong to slightly less wrong. And when we learn something additional, we go from slightly less wrong to slightly less wrong than that. And then even less wrong than that, and so on. We're always in the process of approaching truth and perfection without actually ever reaching truth or perfection. Oh, sorry for interrupting. No, no, no. I love tangents. Also, it'll be something that that will be reoccurring. France has a high population of African citizens due to old colonies. There's a lot of accepting people nowadays, but has two sides. Just like America, I suppose. We shouldn't seek to find the ultimate right for ourselves, but rather we should seek to chip away at the ways we are wrong today so we can be a little less wrong tomorrow. When viewed from this perspective, personal growth can actually be quite scientific. Our values, our hypotheses, this behavior is good and important, and the other behavior is not. Our actions are the experiments, the resulting emotions and thought patterns are our data. There is no correct dogma or perfect ideology. There's only what you experience has shown you to be right for you, and even then, the experience is probably somewhat wrong too. And because you and I and everybody else have differing needs, personal histories, and life circumstances, we will inevitably come to differing correct answers about what our lives means, and how they should be lived. My correct answer involves traveling alone years on end, living in obscure places and laughing at my own farts. Or at least that was the correct answer until recently. That answer will change and evolve because I change and evolve. As I grow older and more experienced, I chip away at how wrong I am and become less wrong day by day. Many people become so obsessed with being right about their life that they never end up actually living it. A certain woman is single and lonely and wants a partner, but she never gets out of the house and does anything about it. A certain man works his ass off and believes he deserves a promotion, but he never explicitly says that to his boss. They're told that they're afraid of failure, of rejection, of someone saying no. But that's not it. Sure, rejection hurts, failure sucks, but there are particular certainties that we hold on to. Certainties that we're afraid to question or let go. Values that has given our lives meaning over the years. That woman doesn't want to get out there and date because she would be forced to confront her beliefs about her own desirability. That man doesn't want to ask for a promotion because he would have to confront his beliefs about what his skills are actually worth. It's easier to sit in a painful certainty that nobody would find you attractive, nobody appreciates your talents, than to actually test those beliefs and find out for sure. Beliefs of this sort, that I'm not attractive enough, so why bother? Or by my boss is an asshole, so why bother? Are designed to give us moderate comfort now by mortgaging. No, this word is split in half. I'm a little confused. I will look for a bit going on walk. Ooh, enjoy the walk. Yeah. Mortgaging greater happiness and success later on. They're terrible long-term strategies, yet we cling on to them because we assume we're right. And because we assume we already know what's supposed to happen. In other words, we assume we know how the story ends. Certainty is the enemy of growth. Nothing is for certain until it's already happened. And even then, it's still debatable. That's why accepting inevitable imperfections of our values is necessary for growth to take place. Instead of striving for certainty, we should be in constant search of doubt about our beliefs, doubt about our beliefs, doubt about our own feelings, doubt about what the future holds for us unless we get out there and create it for ourselves. Instead of looking to be right all the time, we should be looking for how we are wrong all the time, because we are. Being wrong opens us up to the possibility of change. Being wrong brings the opportunity for growth. It means not cutting your arm open to cure a cold or splashing dog piss on your face to look young again. It means not to think mediocre is a vegetable and not being afraid to care about things. Because here's something that's weird but true. We don't actually know what's positive or a negative experience is. Some of the most difficult and stressful moments of our lives also end up being the most formative and motivating. Some of the best and most gratifying of experiences of our lives are also the most distracting and demotivating. Don't trust your concept of positive and negative experiences. All that we know for sure is what hurts in the moment and what doesn't, and that's not worth much. Just as we look back in horror of the lives of the people 500 years ago, I imagine people 500 years from now will laugh at us and our certainties today. They will laugh at how we let our money and our jobs define our lives. They will laugh at how we are afraid to show appreciation for those who matter to us the most. Yet, heaps praise on public figures who don't deserve anything. They will laugh at our rituals and superstition, our worries and our wars. They will gawk at our cruelty. They will study our arts and argue over history. They will understand truth about us which none of us are aware yet. And they too will be wrong, just less wrong than we were. Architects of our own behavior and beliefs. Try this. Take a random person and put them in a room with some buttons to push and tell them that if they do something specific, they will undefine something that they have to figure. Something undefined? No, wait. I got lost. Oops. Tell them that if they do something specific, some undefined something that they had to figure out, a light will flash on indicating that they've won a point. Then tell them to see how many points they can earn within a 30-minute period. When psychologists have done this, what happens is what you might expect. People sit down and start mashing the buttons at random until the light eventually comes on and tell them they've got a point. Logically, they will try to repeat whatever they're doing to get more points. Except now, the light is not coming on. So they start experiencing more with more complicated sequences. Pressing this button 3 times, this one once, then wait 5 seconds and then ding, another point. But eventually, that stops working as well. Perhaps it doesn't have to do with buttons as well, they think. Perhaps it's the way how I'm sitting, or how I'm touching, what I'm touching, or maybe it has to do with my feet. Ding, another point. Yeah, maybe it's about my feet, and then I press another button. But ding. Generally, within 10 to 15 minutes of each person having figured out the specific sequence of behaviors required to net more points, it's usually something weird like standing on one foot or memorizing a long sequence of button presses in a specific amount of time while facing a certain direction. But here's the funny part. The points are really random. There is no sequence. There is no pattern. It's just a light that keeps coming on with a ding, and people doing cartwheels thinking that what they're doing is giving them points. Sadism aside, the point of the experiment is to show how quickly a human mind is capable of coming up and believing in a bunch of bullshit that isn't real. And it turns out we're really good at that. Every person leaves the room convinced that he or she nailed the experiment and won the game. They all believe that they've discovered the perfect sequence of buttons to earn them points, but the method they came up with are just as unique as the individuals themselves. One man came up with a long sequence of button pushing that made no sense to anyone but himself. One girl came to believe that she had tapped the ceiling a certain number of times to get points. When she left the room, she was exhausted from jumping up and down. Our brains are meaning machines. What we understand as meaning is generated by associations our brain makes between 2 or more experiences. When we press a button, then we see a light go on, we assume the button caused the light. This at its core is the basis of meaning. Button, light, button. We see a chair, we know that it's gray. Our brain then draws the associations between the color gray and the object chair, and then forms the meaning the chair is gray. Our minds are constantly worrying and generating more and more associations to help us understand and control the environment around us. Oh, Thank you so much for the follow. Sprinkle Mush. I think I said that right. Yeah. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we're reading the subtle art of the subtle art of not giving a fuck. Yeah. Hi, welcome, welcome. Oh, I see you have turbo. I've always been contemplating whether I should get that or not. I don't know. I am I do hate ads, but unfortunately it may be an unavoidable truth of Twitch, I suppose. Relating back to the book. Yeah, but have you read this book before? It's so far it's been fun. I'm on chapter what chapter is this? Chapter 6, I believe. Oh. They sent me a 7-day free trial. Ah. Let me know if it's how's it going so far? Yeah, they force it. Yeah, I had to make a hard decision recently because I think I don't know. I hate pre-roll ads more than I hate I hate interrupting ads. So I've decided to turn on the intermittent ads, I think they're called, and disable pre-roll ads. But yeah, the book is pretty good so far. Where am I? Everything about our experience, both external and internal, generates new associations and connections within our minds. Everything from the words on this page to the grammatical concepts you use to decipher them to the dirty thoughts in your mind wanders into when my writing becomes boring and repetitive. Each of these thoughts, impulses, and perceptions is composed of thousands upon thousands of neural connections, firing in conjunction, lighting your mind in a blaze of knowledge and understanding. But there are two problems. First, the brain is imperfect. We mistake things we see and hear. We forget things or misinterpret events quite easily. Second, once we create meaning for ourselves, our brains are designed to hold on to that meaning. We're biased towards the meaning our mind has made, and we don't want to let go of it, even if we see evidence that contradicts the meaning we create. We often ignore it and believe it anyways. Mid-rolls? That's what I call them. Fair. I don't mind taking a 1 to 3 minutes break to watch something. And no, I haven't read the book. Reading is hard because I'm very dyslexic. Unfortunately, I don't understand much about dyslexia, so please do correct me if I say stuff that is wrong, or offer your own experiences if you wish. But recently, I've tried to read more. Oh, right. There is one thing I wanted to ask. I saw somewhere that there was this. Oh. Thank you so much for the head pat. I saw somewhere that there was the existence of a dyslexia font, and I've always wanted to ask someone with dyslexia if it actually helps, if it looks more manageable and normal than normal traditional fonts. So if you've ever seen it before, let me know. Yeah. Your model is really cute. Thank you so much. This was a year-long project. It took so long to set everything up, but I'm really proud of how things turned out. I started off with an idea of nature, of green, and of a reference that I found online, and it turned out very well. The artists and riggers that I worked with from Aerie Studios, you can find them in the About Me page, the credits section. Were really, really talented. I had a lot of word vomit that I spewed to them, and somehow they turned it into this beautiful and honestly really really cool design. Yeah. It helps if the text is big. I see. Okay. Yeah, it's very interesting. I have an acquaintance, a friend who that's really slay. Yeah, And I've started to commission more art. Recently, I found an artist on Twitter I really, really liked, and just so happened to, you know, find them in this time period they had their commission opened. So it was fun to bounce ideas with them. But I have a friend with dyslexia, I think, and so it was interesting to hear their experiences with like schooling and how it makes school almost impossible because you have to read so much. But my purpose of reading this time around is to kind of improve my vocabulary. That's kind of my main goal. But also, I think with the advent of AI nowadays, things are so much more difficult to... like, information is so much more... What's the word I want to use? Like, abundant, but finding valuable and finding like good information and good knowledge is so much harder. So I'm going to try and revisit reading, something that I've always liked as a kid, but you know, kind of stopped doing recently. The comedian Emo Phillips once said, "I used to think that the human brain was the most wonderful organ in my body, and then I realized who was telling me this." That's a funny quote. The unfortunate fact is, most of what we came to know and believe is the product of innate inaccuracies and biases present in our brains. Many, or even most of our values are products of events that are not representative of the world at large, or are the result of total misconceived past. The result of all this, most of our beliefs are wrong. Or to be more exact, all beliefs are wrong. Some are just less wrong than others. The human mind is a jumble of inaccuracy, and while this may make you uncomfortable, it's an incredibly important concept for you to accept, and will see. The dangers of pure certainty. Erin sits across from me at the sushi restaurant and tries to explain why she doesn't believe in death. It's almost been 3 hours and she's eaten exactly 4 cucumber rolls and drunk an entire bottle of sake herself. In fact, she's about halfway through number 2 now. It's 4 o'clock on a Tuesday afternoon. I didn't invite her here. She found out where I was via the internet and flew out to come and find me. Again. She has done this before, you see. Erin is convinced that she can cure death, but she's also convinced that she needs my help to do it. But not my help like a business sense. If she just needs some PR advice or something, that would be one thing. But no, it's more than that. She needs me to be her boyfriend. Why? After 3 hours of questioning and a bottle and a half of sake, it still isn't clear. My fiance was with us at the restaurant, by the way. Erin thought it would be important for her to be included in the discussion. Erin wanted her to know that she was willing to share me. And that girlfriend, now wife, shouldn't feel threatened by her. I met Erin at a self-help seminar in 2008. She seemed like a nice enough person. A little bit woo-woo on the woo-woo? I've never heard of that reference before. New agey side of things. But she was a lawyer and had gone to Ivy League school, so she was certainly smart. And she laughed at my jokes and thought I was cute. So of course, knowing me, I slept with her. A month later, she invited me to an uproot across the country and move in with her. This struck me as somewhat of a red flag, so I tried to break things off with her. She responded by saying that she would kill herself if I refused to be with her. So okay, that makes 2 red flags. I promptly blocked her from my email and all my devices. Means that she's a bit nuts. Yeah. Years before I met her, this would slow her down but not stop her. Years before I met her, Erin has gotten into a car crash and nearly died. Actually, she had medically died for a few moments. All brain activity had stopped, but she had somewhat miraculously been revived. When she came back, she claimed that everything had changed. She became a very spiritual person. She became interested in and started believing in energy, healing, and angels, and the universal consciousness and tarot cards. She believed that she had become a healer and an empath, and that she would see the future, and for some reason, upon meeting me, she decided that she and I would be destined to save the world together, to cure death, as she put it. After I blocked her, she began creating new email addresses and sometimes sending me many, as a dozen emails a day. She created fake Facebook and Twitter accounts that she used to harass me, as well as people close to me. She created a website identical to mine and wrote dozens of articles claiming that I was her ex-boyfriend and that I had lied to her and cheated her, and that I promised to marry her and that she and I belonged together. When I contacted her to take the site down, she said she would only take it down if I flew to California to be with her. This was her idea of a compromise. And through all of this, her justification was the same. I was destined to be with her, and that God had preordained it. And that she literally woke up in the middle of the night to the voices of angels commanding that our special relationship would be the harbinger of a new age of permanent peace on Earth. Yes, she literally told me this. By the time we were sitting in the sushi restaurant together, there has been thousands of emails. Whether I responded or didn't respond, replied respectfully, or replied angrily, nothing ever changed. Her mind never changed. Her belief never budged. This had gone on for over 7 years, and counting. She is batshit crazy. Yup. And so, it was in a small sushi restaurant with Aaron guzzling sake and babbling on for hours about how she cured her cat's kidney stones with energy tapping, and that something occurred to me. Erin is a self-improvement junkie. She spent tens of thousands of dollars on books and seminars and courses, and the craziest part of it all is that Erin embodies the lessons she learned to a T. She has her dream. She stays persistent with it. She visualizes and takes action and weathers the rejections and failures and gets up and tries again. She's relentlessly positive. She thinks pretty damn highly of herself. I mean, she claims to heal cats the same way Jesus healed Lazarus. Come the fuck on. And yet, her values are so fucked that none of this matters. The fact that she does everything right doesn't make her right. There is a certainty in her that refused to relinquish itself. It seemed to me that she even told me this in so many words, that she knows her fixation is completely irrational and unhealthy, and it's making both her and me unhappy, but for some reason, it just feels so right to her that she can't ignore it and she can't stop. In the mid-1990s, psychologist Roy Baumeister began researching the concept of evil. Basically, he looked at people who did bad things and why they did them. At the time, it was assumed that people did bad things because they felt horrible about themselves. That is, they had low self-esteem. One of Baumeister's first surprising findings was that this was often not true. In fact, it was usually the opposite. Some of the worst criminals felt pretty damn good about themselves, and that this feeling good about themselves in spite of the reality around them gave them the sense of justification for hurting and disrespecting others. For individuals to feel justified to do horrible things to other people, they must feel an unwavering certainty in their own righteousness, in their own beliefs and deservedness. Racists do racist things because they are certain about their genetic superiority. Religious fanatics blow themselves up and murder dozens of people because they are certain about their place of heaven as martyrs. Men rape and abuse women out of certainty that they're entitled to women's bodies. Evil people never believe that they are evil. Rather, they believe that everyone else is evil. In controversial experiments, now simply known as the Stanford Prison Experiment, oh, this one's famous, organized by psychologist Philip Zimbardo, researchers told quote unquote normal people that they were to punish other volunteers for breaking various rules, and to punish them they did, sometimes escalating to punishment to the point of physical abuse. Almost none of the punishers objected or asked for explanations. On the contrary, many of them seemed to relish in the certainty of the moral righteousness bestowed upon them by the experiments. The problem here is not only is certainty unobtainable, but the pursuit of certainty often breeds more and worse insecurities. Many people have unshakable certainty in their ability at their job or in the amount of a salary they should be making, but that certainty makes them feel worse, not better. They often see others getting promoted over them and they feel slighted. They feel unappreciated and unacknowledged, even as simple as sneaking a peek at your boyfriend's text messages or asking a friend what people are saying about you is driven by insecurity and that aching desire to be certain. You can check your boyfriend's text message and find nothing, but that's rarely the end of it. Then you may start to wonder if he has a second phone. Then you can feel slighted and stepped over at work to explain why you missed out on a promotion, but then that causes you to distrust your coworkers and second guess everything they say to you and how they think and feel about you. They think they're the hero, good and evil are subjective. Yeah. In which, in turn, makes you even less likely to get promoted. You can keep pursuing that special someone you're supposed to be with, but with each rebuffed advance and each lonely night, you only begin to question more and more what you're doing wrong. And in these moments of insecurity, of deep desire, that we become susceptible to an insidious entitlement, believe that we deserve to cheat a little to get our way. That other people deserve to be punished, and that we deserve what we want, sometimes violently. It is the backwards law again. The more you try to be certain about something, the more uncertain and insecure you will feel. But the converse is true as well. The more you embrace being uncertain and not knowing, the more comfortable you will feel in the knowing you don't know. Uncertainty removes our judgment of others. It preempts the unnecessary stereotyping and biases we otherwise feel when we see somebody on TV, in the office, or on the streets. Uncertainty also relieves ourselves of our judgments of ourselves. We don't know if we're lovable or not. We don't know how attractive we are. We don't know how successful we could potentially be. The only way to achieve these things is to remain uncertain of them and to be open in finding them through experience. Uncertainty is the root of all progress and all growth. As the old adage goes, the man who believes he knows everything learns nothing. We cannot learn anything without first not knowing something. The more we admit to not knowing, the more opportunities we gain to learn. Our values are imperfect and incomplete. And so to assume that they're perfect and complete is to put us in a dangerous, dogmatic mindset that breeds entitlement and avoids responsibility. The only way to solve our problems is to first admit that our action and beliefs upon to this point have been wrong and are not working. The openness about being wrong must exist for any real change or growth to take place. Before we can look at our values and prioritizations and change them into better, healthier ones, we must first become uncertain at our current values. We must intellectually strip them away, see their faults and biases and how they don't fit in with much of the rest of the world, to stare at our own ignorance in the face and concede, because our own ignorance is the greatest. Our own ignorance is greater than us all. One quick, like I guess, reflection or just observation is like this author is really good at, really good at writing. Obviously, if a book is a bestseller, then you'd assume that they're pretty good at writing, but I can see, like, reading these passages, these words now, I can see that the entire book is like a neatly tied knot, neatly tied, ribbon, that everything kind of loops back and has a continuous flow. So this passage about being uncertain about your values continues from the earlier points about you need to first, calm down and identify your own values. And that was an interesting thought that I had while reading. Manson's law of avoidance. Chances are you've heard some form of Parkinson's law. Work expands so as to fill up the time available for its completion. You've also undoubtedly heard the Murphy's law. Whatever can go wrong will go wrong. Well, next time you're at a swanky cocktail party, you want to impress somebody, try dropping the Manson's law of avoidance on them. The more something threatens your identity, the more you'll avoid it. That means the more something threatens to change how you view yourself, how successful or unsuccessful you believe yourself to be, how well you see yourself living up to your values, the more you will avoid ever getting around to doing it. There is a certain comfort that comes from the knowing how you fit in the world. Anything that shakes up that comfort, even if it could potentially make your life better, is inherently scary. Manson's law applies to both good and bad in life. Making $1 million could threaten your identity just as much as losing all of your money. Becoming a famous rock star could threaten your identity just as much as losing your job. And that's why people are often so afraid of success. For the same reason that they're afraid of failure, it threatens who they believe they are. You avoid writing that screenplay you've always dreamed of because doing so would call into question your identity as a practicing insurance adjuster. You avoid talking to your husband about being more adventurous in the bedroom because that conversation would challenge your identity as a good, moral woman. You avoid telling your friend that you don't want to see him anymore because ending the friendship would conflict with your identity as a nice, forgiving person. These are good, important opportunities that we constantly pass up because they threaten to change how we view and feel about ourselves. They threaten the values we've chosen and have learned to live up to. I've had a friend who for the longest time talked about putting his artwork online and trying to make a go of it as a professional, at least semi-professional artist. He talked about it for years. He saved up money. He even built up a few different websites and uploaded his portfolio, but he never launched. There was always some reason. The resolution on his work wasn't good enough, or that he just painted something better, or he wasn't in a position to dedicate enough time to art yet. Years passed and he never did anything. He never did give up his real job. Why? Because despite dreaming about making a living through his art, the real potential about becoming an artist, nobody was like far scarier than the remaining artist nobody's heard of. Hello Laura Bedsheets. welcome. Yeah, how are you doing today? My name is Syphu. Nice to meet you. Today we're reading a very interesting book, in my opinion. I don't know. So far, the book has been good. I enjoyed most of my experience reading through the book. Hydrates. Oh, thank you. But I hope you're having a good day. If you have any thoughts or opinions about self-help or this book in particular, do feel free to share. I really enjoy in chatting with people. But at least he was comfortable with and used to be being an artist nobody's heard of. I get it. I'm good. A little sick. It's a book that's been on the back burner for some time for me. I'm sorry. Does that mean like in the back of your mind after you've read it, or like on the list of to reads? Because this book has been on my list of to read for years now, literally years. I've got the book a while back, but I never really sat down and finished reading it. It's mostly because, I didn't have a habit. This might be an excuse, but I didn't have a habit of reading, and I just, didn't really care that much about the topic of self-help. But, after after changing a few things recently, I thought that it would be important for me to read through this, and I thought it would be fun to read it on stream. I thought I could improve my reading skills, because every time when I play a game, I would always mess up whatever passage that's in the game, and I'm trying to read it out loud. So one of my goals is to improve my vocabulary, second is to learn about the topic, and third is to improve my narration skills. As in wanted to read, I see. Yeah. So I decided okay, you know what? Screw it. I thought of this idea to read it on stream, and I'm just gonna go for it. And so far it's been really, really rewarding. I find that reading the book is very fun. It's something that I really enjoy, and it's also something that is new. I've never done I've never blabbered on for so long. Yes, definitely. Yeah, it's a little bit scary. At first I always thought, reading a book sounds so boring. and I don't even know if it's a good idea. Is the music I'm choosing a good choice? Are people bored? But yeah, I've just started to build the habit of reading every night for an hour or two before bed, but now that I'm sick, I don't have the focus to actually read. I understand. I think that's really impressive. One of my biggest issues so far after reading this much into chapter 6 is I've noticed that I'm really bad with habits. I've developed some really, really nasty habits, like excusing myself every time I break my own goals, or I don't do something that I set out to do, or as simple as habit as procrastination or judgment, or some really, really weird and undesirable habits. And so I'm trying to change some of them. Recently I've started also, and on top of reading, I've started to learn Japanese. It's something that I've tried to do so many times before, but I tried to do Duolingo. I gave up in a month. I tried to watch anime without subtitles on, and I gave up the next day. So this time around, with the context of learning it for class, I have actually devoted time and effort and conscious decisions to utilize Japanese in a way that I believe can actually help me. I have an opportunity, perhaps in the far, far future, to work in Japan, so that would be exciting if I could ever do that. The music is fine, don't worry. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine, but it's just, kind of like me over worrying about the situation when I should just, pull the trigger. Building habits is so hard, though. I completely understand. Yeah, it's just I don't really I think my self-discipline is bad, so I'm also working on that, which will help me work on creating better habits. Okay, so alright, where did we get to? I think if you want to read this book, it could be good to start from the beginning, but the stuff I'm reading is also, in my opinion, like it won't be out of the ordinary if you just start listening to this part. So do feel free to flip along and find the page we're on. If I think I'm on 132, so yeah, take a look. I had another friend who was a party guy, who always going out and drinking and chasing girls. After years of living the high life, he found himself terribly alone and depressed and unhealthy. He wanted to give up his party lifestyle. He spoke with a furious jealousy of those of us who were in relationships and more settled down than he was. Yet, he never changed. For years he went on, empty night after empty night, bottle after bottle, always some excuse, always some reason he couldn't slow down. Giving up that lifestyle threatened his identity so much. The party guy was all he knew how to be. To give that up would be whoops. To give that up would be like committing psychological harakiri. We all have values for ourselves. We protect these values. We try to live up to them, and we try to justify them and maintain them, even if we don't mean to. That's how our brain works. As noted before, we're unfairly biased towards what we already know, what we already believe to be certain. If I believe I am a nice guy, I'll avoid the issues that could potentially contradict that belief. If I believe that I'm an awesome cook, I'll seek out opportunities to prove myself over and over again. That the belief always takes precedence. Until we change how we view ourselves, what we believe, what we are and are not, we cannot overcome the avoidance and anxiety we cannot change. In this way, knowing yourself or finding yourself can be dangerous. It can cement yourself into a strict role and saddle you with unnecessary expectations. It can close you off to an inner potential and outer opportunity. I say don't find yourself, and I say never know who you are, because that's what keeps you striving and discovering, and it forces you to remain humble in your judgment and accept the differences in others. Kill yourself. Oh my god. Okay. In Minecraft. Oh. Hello. Thank you so much for the follow. Straw girl? Straw. I hope Strew girl? I hope I said that right. Please correct me. But yeah, welcome. We're reading The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck. But I'm on chapter 6, 133 page. And yeah. If you have anything to share about the book, if you read it before, please let me know what you think, because I'm about halfway through, a little bit more than halfway through, and so far the book's been good. I think there are a lot of things that I need to try and utilize, but it seems quite difficult. I might need to reread the book to fully grasp some of the topics, some of the concepts. Okay. Buddhism argues your idea of who you are is an arbitrary mental construction, and that you should let go of the idea that you exist at all. That's all that the arbitrary metrics by which you define yourself actually traps you, and thus you're better off letting go of everything. In a sense, you could say that Buddhism encourages you to not give a fuck. It sounds wonky, but there are some psychological benefits to this approach to life. When we let go of stories we tell others about... Wait, what? When we let go of the stories we tell about others to ourselves, we free ourselves up to act and fail and grow. This was hard to read somehow. When someone admits to herself, you know, maybe I'm not good at relationships. Then she suddenly feels free to act and end her bad marriage. She has no identity to protect by staying in a miserable, crappy marriage just to prove something to herself. When the student admits to herself, you know, maybe I'm not a rebel, maybe I'm just scared, then he's free to be ambitious again. He has no reason to feel threatened by pursuing his academic dreams and maybe failing. When the insurance adjuster admits to himself, you know, maybe there's nothing unique or special about my dreams or my job, then he's free to give that screenplay an honest go and see what happens. I have both some good news and some bad news for you. There is a little that is unique or special about your problems. That's why letting go. There is little that is unique or special about your problems. That's why letting go is so liberating. There's a kind of self-absorption that comes with fear based on an irrational certainty. When you assume that your plane is the one that's going to crash, or that your project idea is the stupid one everyone's going to laugh at, or that you're the one everyone's going to choose to mock or ignore, you're implicitly telling yourself, I am the exception. I'm unlike everybody else. I am different and special. This is narcissism, to put it pure and simply. You feel as though your problems deserve to be treated differently and that your problems have some unique math to them that doesn't obey the laws of physics universally. My recommendation? Don't be special. Don't be unique. Redefine your metrics in mundane, broad ways. Choose to measure yourself as not a rising star or an undiscovered genius. Choose to measure yourself not as some horrible victim or dismal failure. Instead, measure yourself by a more mundane identity. A student, a partner, a friend, a creator. The narrower and rarer the identity you choose for yourself, the more everything will seem to threaten you. For that reason, defining yourself in the simplest, most ordinary way possible. This often means giving up some grandiose idea about yourself, that you're uniquely talented and intelligent, or intimidatingly attractive, or specially victimized in ways other people could never imagine. This means giving up on your sense of entitlement and your belief that you're somehow owed something by this world. This means giving up on the supply of emotional highs that you've been sustaining yourself on for years. Like a junkie giving up the needle, you're going through the withdrawal when you start to give these things up. You'll come out the other side so much better. How to be a little less certain about yourself. Questioning ourselves and doubting our own thoughts and beliefs is one of the hardest skills to develop, but it can be done. Here are some questions that help you breed a little more uncertainty in your life. Question 1. What if I'm wrong? A friend of mine recently got engaged to be married. The guy who proposed to her is pretty solid. He doesn't drink, he doesn't hit her or mistreat her, he's friendly and has a nice job. But since the engagement, my friend's brother has been admonishing her nonstop about her immature life choices, warning her that she's going to hurt herself with this guy, and that she's making a mistake, and that she's irresponsible, and that whenever my friend asks my brother, "What is your problem? Why does that bother you so much?" he acts as though there is no problem, that there's nothing about the engagement that bothers him, and that he's just trying to be helpful and look out for his little sister. But it's clear that something does bother him. Perhaps it's his own insecurities about getting married. Perhaps it's a sibling rivalry thing. Perhaps it's jealousy. Perhaps he's so caught up in his own victimhood that he doesn't know how to stop to show happiness for others without trying to make them feel miserable first. As a general rule, we're all the world's worst observers of ourselves. Ooh, this is exactly what you said, Bumblebee, right? Yeah. Okay. When we're angry or jealous or upset, we're oftentimes the last ones to figure it out. And the only way to figure it out is to put cracks in our armor of certainty by constantly questioning how wrong we might be about ourselves. Am I jealous? And if I am, why? Am I angry? Is she right? And I'm just protecting my ego? Questions like these need to become a mental habit. In many cases, the simple act of asking ourselves such a question generates the humility and compassion needed to resolve a lot of our issues. But it's important to note that just because you're asking yourself that if you have the wrong idea, doesn't necessarily mean that you do. If your husband beats the crap out of you for burning the pot roast and you ask yourself if you're wrong to believe he's mistreating you, well, sometimes you're right. The goal is to merely ask yourself the question and entertain the thought for a while, not to hate yourself. It's worth to remember that any change that happens in your life, you must be wrong about something. If you're sitting there for any change, it's wrong. It's worth to remember that for any change to happen in your life, you must be wrong about something. If you're sitting there miserable day after day, then it means that you're already wrong about something major in your life. And until you're able to question yourself and find it, nothing will change. What would it mean if I were wrong? Many people were able to ask them if they're wrong. But few are able to go the extra step to admit what it would mean if they were wrong. That's because the potential meaning behind our wrongness is often painful. Not only does this call into question our values, but it also forces us to consider what a different, contradictory value could potentially look like. Aristotle wrote, "It is the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain thoughts without accepting them." Being able to look at and evaluate different values without necessarily adopting them is perhaps the central skill required in changing one's own life in a meaningful way. As for my friend's brother, his question to himself should be, what would it mean if I were wrong about my sister's wedding? Often, the answer to such question is pretty straightforward, and is some form of I'm being selfish, insecure, narcissistic asshole. If he is wrong, then his sister's engagement is fine and healthy and happy. There's really no way to explain his own behavior other than through his own insecurities and fucked up values. He assumed that he knows what's best for his sister and that she can't make major life decisions for herself. He assumes that he has the right and responsibility to make the decision for her. He is certain that he is right and everyone else must be wrong. Even once uncovered, whether in my friend's brother or in ourselves, that store of entitlement is hard to admit. It hurts. That's why few people ask difficult questions, but probing questions are necessary in order to get at the core problem that motivates his or our dickish behavior. Question number 3. Would being wrong create a better or worse problem than my current problem for both myself and others? This is the litmus test for determining whether we've got some solid values going on, or if we're totally neurotic fuckwads taking our fucks out on everyone, including ourselves. The goal here is to look at which problem is better, because after all, the disappointment panda said, life's problems are endless. My friend's brother, what are his options? Continue causing drama and friction with the family, complicating what he should otherwise be a happy moment, and damage the trust and respect he has with his sister, all because he has a hunch that this guy is bad for her. B. Mistrust his own abilities to determine what's right or wrong for his sister, and remain humble. Trust her ability that she can make her own decisions, and even if he doesn't, live with the result out of his love and respect for her. It also creates misery for everyone involved. It also creates the most misery for most people choose option A. That's because A is the easier path. It requires little thought, no second guessing, zero tolerance of decisions of other people make that you don't like. It also creates the most misery for everyone involved. It's option B that sustains happy and healthy relationships built on trust and respect. It's option B that forces people to remain humble and admit ignorance. It's option B that allows people to grow beyond their insecurities and recognize situations where they're being impulsive or unfair or selfish. It's option B, but option B that is hard. But option B is hard and painful, and most people don't choose it. My friend's brother, in protest of her engagement, entered into an imaginary battle with himself. Sure, he believed that he was trying to protect his sister. But as we've seen, beliefs are arbitrary. Worse yet, they're often made up after the fact that to justify whatever value and metric we've chosen for ourselves. The truth is, he would rather fuck up his relationship with his sister than consider he might be wrong, even though the latter could help him grow out of the insecurities he'd made for himself in the even though the latter could help him grow out of the insecurities that made him wrong in the first place. I try to live with a few rules, but one that I've adopted over the years is this. If it's down to me being the screw-up or everybody else being the screw-up, it's far, 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 far more likely that I am the one who screwed up. I've learned this from experience. I've been the asshole acting out of my own securities and flawed certainties more times than I can count, and it's not pretty. That said, that's not to say there aren't any certain ways in which most people are screwed up. And that's not to say that there aren't times when you'll be more right than most people. That's simply reality. If it feels like you versus the world, chances are it's really just you versus yourself. Chapter 7. Failure is the way forward. I really mean it when I say I was fortunate. I graduated college in 2008, just in time for the financial collapse and the Great Recession, and attempted to enter the worst job market in more than 80 years. Around the same time, I found that the person who was subletting one of the rooms for my apartment hadn't paid any rent for 3 months. When confronted about it, she cried and disappeared, leaving me and my other roommate to cover everything. Goodbye, savings. I spent the next 6 months living on my friend's couch and stringing together odd jobs and trying to stay as little in debt as possible while looking for a real job. I say I was fortunate because I entered adult world already a failure. I started at rock bottom. That's basically everyone's biggest fear in life. When confronted with starting a new business or changing careers or quitting an awful job, I got to experience it right out of the gates. Things could only get better. Yeah, so lucky. If you're sleeping... So yeah, lucky. When you're sleeping on a smelly futon and have to count coins to figure out whether you can afford McDonald's this week, and you've sent out 20 resumes without hearing a single word back. Then start a blog and a stupid internet business that doesn't sound like such a scary idea. If every project I started failed, every post I wrote unread, I'd only be back exactly where I started. So why not try? Failure itself is a relative concept. In my metric, that has been to become an anarcho-communist revolutionary. Then my complete failure to make money anytime between 2007 and 2008 would have been a raving success. But if, like most people, my metric was to simply find the first serious job that could pay some bills right out of school, I was a dismal failure. I grew up in a wealthy family. money was never a problem. On the contrary, I grew up... Wait, no. I grew up in a wealthy family. Money was never a problem. On the contrary, I grew up in a wealthy family where money was more often used to avoid problems than to solve them. Again, I was fortunate because this taught me at an early stage that making money by itself was a lousy metric for myself. You could make plenty of money and still be miserable, just as you could be broke and be happy. Therefore, why use money as a way to measure my self-worth? Instead, my worth was something else. It was freedom. My values were something else. It was freedom, autonomy. The idea of being an entrepreneur has always appealed to me because I hated being told what to do and preferred to do things my own way. The idea of working on an internet appealed to me because I could do it from anywhere and worked whenever I wanted. I asked myself a simple question. Would I rather make decent money working a job I hated or play an internet entrepreneur and be broke for a while? And the answer was immediately clear to me. Then I asked myself, if I tried this thing and fail in a few years and have to go get a job anyways, would I have really lost anything? The answer was no. Instead of a broke, unemployed 22-year-old with no experience, I'd have been a broke, unemployed 25-year-old with no experience. Who cares? With this value, not to pursue my own projects became the failure. Not a lack of money, not sleeping on my friends' and family's couches, which I continued to do so for the next 2 years, and not an empty resume. The failure-success paradox. When Pablo Picasso was an old man, he was sitting at a cafe in Spain, doodling on a used napkin. He was nonchalant about the whole thing, drawing whatever amused him in the moment, the same kind of way a teenage boy drew penises on bathroom stalls. Oh, sorry. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I'll head to bed, have fun reading. Yeah, thank you so much for being here. I appreciated chatting with you. Except this was Picasso. So his bathroom stall penises were more like cubism impressionist awesomeness laced on top of faint coffee stains. Oh, stretch? Okay. Sorry for making weird noises. I have a weird habit of just like doing that, I suppose. Anyway, some woman sitting near him was looking on in awe. After a few moments, Picasso finished his coffee and crumbled up the napkin to throw away as he left. The woman stopped him. "Wait," she said. "Can I have the napkin you were drawing? I'll pay you for it, sure. $20,000. The woman's head jolted back as if he had flung a brick at her. "What? It just took you 2 minutes to draw that." "No, ma'am," Picasso said. "It took me over 60 years to draw this." He stuffed up the paper napkin to his pocket and walked out of the cafe. Improvements at anything is based on thousands of tiny failures, and the magnitude of success is based on how many times you failed at something. If someone is better than you at something, it's then likely that's because she has failed at it more times than you have. If someone is worse than you, it's likely because he hasn't been through all the It's likely because he hasn't been through all the painful learning experiences you have. If you think about a young child trying to learn to walk, the child will fall down and hurt itself hundreds of times. But at no point does the child ever stop to think, "Oh, I guess walking it just isn't for me. I'm not good at it." Avoiding failure is something that we learn at some later point in life. I'm sure a lot of it comes from our education system, which judges rigorously based on performance and punishes those who don't do well. Another large share of it comes from overbearing or overcritical parents who don't let their kids screw up on their own enough times. instead of punishing them for trying new things or not trying anything new or not preordained. And then we have all the mass media that constantly exposes ourselves to stellar success after success, while not showing us the thousands of hours of dull practice and tedium that were required to achieve the success. At some point, most of us reached a place that we're afraid to fail, where we instinctively avoid failure and stick to only what is placed in front of us, or only what we're already good at. This confines us and stifles us. We can be truly successful only at some things we're willing to fail at. If we're unwilling to fail, then we're unwilling to succeed. A lot of this fear of failure comes from having chosen shitty values. For instance, if I measure myself by standard, make everyone I meet like me, I will be anxious because failure is 100% defined by the actions of others, not by my own action. I'm not in control, and thus my self-worth is at the mercy of judgment of others. Whereas if I instead adopt the metric, improve my social life, I can live up to my value of good relations with others regardless of how other people respond to me. My self-worth is based on my own values and behavior and happiness. Shitty values, as we saw in chapter 4, involves tangible external goals outside our control. The pursuit of these goals cause great anxiety, and even if we manage to achieve them, they can leave us feeling empty and lifeless, because once they're achieved, there's no more problems to solve. Better values, as we saw, are process-oriented. Some things like expressing myself honestly to others, and the metric my bad. Something like expressing myself honestly to others. A metric for the value of honesty is never completely finished. It is a problem that must be continuously re-engaged. Every new conversation, every new relationship brings a new challenge and opportunity for honest expression. This value is an ongoing, lifelong process that defies completion. If your metric for the value of success is by worldly standards If your metric for the value success by worldly standard is buy a house and a nice car, and you spend 20 years working your ass off to achieve it, once it's achieved, the metric has nothing left to offer you. Then say hello to your midlife crisis, because the problem that drove you your entire adult life has just been taken away from you. There are no other opportunities to keep growing and improving, yet it's growth that generates happiness, not a long list of arbitrary achievements. In this sense, goals as they are conventionally defined: graduate from college, buy a lake home, lose 15 pounds, are limited in the amount of happiness they can produce in our life. They may be helpful when pursuing quick short-term benefits, but as guides for overall trajectory of our life, they suck. Picasso remained prolific his entire life. He lived into his 90s and continued to produce art up until his final years. Had his metric been become famous or make a buttload of money in the art world, or paint 1,000 pictures, he would have stagnated at some point along the way. He would have been overcome by anxiety and self-doubts. He wouldn't have improved or innovated his craft the way he did, decade after decade. The reason for Picasso's success is exactly the same reason why, as an old man, he was happy to scribble drawings on a napkin alone in a cafe. His underlying values was simple and humble. It was endless. It was the value, honest expression. And that is what made this napkin so valuable. Pain is part of the process. In 1950s, a Polish psychologist named... Uh-oh. Give me a second. Let me read this. Okay, we're back. Kazimierz Dabrowski studied World War II survivors and how they cope with traumatic experiences in the war. This was Poland, so things had been pretty gruesome. These people had experiences or witnessed mass starvation, bombings that turned cities into rubble, the Holocaust, the torture of prisoners of war, the rape and murder of family members, if not by the Nazis, then a few years later by the Soviets. As Dabrowski studies the survivors, he noticed some things both surprising and amazing. A sizable proportion of them believed that the wartime experience they'd suffered, although painful and indeed traumatic, had actually caused them to become better, more responsible, and yes, even happier people. Many described their lives before the war as they'd been different people then, ungrateful for and unappreciative of their loved ones, lazy and consumed by petty problems, entitled to all that they've been given. After the war, they felt more confident, more sure of themselves, more grateful, and unfazed by life's trivialities and petty annoyances. Obviously, their experience had been horrific, and that these survivors weren't happy about having to experience them. Many of them still suffer from emotional scars the lashing of wars had left on them, but some of them had managed to leverage those scars to transform themselves in positive and powerful ways, and that they aren't alone in this reversal. Many of us are proud of our proudest achievements come from the face of great adversity. Our pain often makes us stronger, more resilient, more grounded. Many cancer survivors, for example, report the feeling of stronger and more grateful after winning their battle to survive. Many military personnel report a mental resilience gained from withstanding the dangerous environments of being in a war zone. Dabrowski argued that fear and anxiety and sadness are not always necessarily undesirable or unhelpful states of mind. Rather, they're often representative of the necessary pain of psychological growth, and that denying pain is to deny our own potential. As one must suffer physical pain to build stronger bone and muscle, one must suffer emotional pain to develop greater emotional resilience, a stronger sense of self, increased compassion, a generally happier life. Our most radical change in perspective often happens at the tail end of our worst moments. I believe this is true. I genuinely believe this is true. It's only when we feel intense pain that we're willing to look at our values and question why they seem to be failing us. We need some sort of existential crisis to take an objective look at what we've been deriving meaning from our lives, and then consider changing course. You could call it hitting rock bottom, having an existential crisis. I prefer calling it weathering the shitstorm. Choose what suits you. And perhaps you're in that kind of place right now. Perhaps you're coming out of the most significant challenge of your life and are bewildered because everything you've previously thought to be true and normal and good has turned out to be quite the opposite. And that's good. That's the beginning. I can't stress this enough, but pain is part of the process. It's important to feel it because you can chase after the highs to cover up the pain, but if you continue to indulge in entitlement and delusional positive thinking, if you continue to overindulge in various substances or activities, then you'll never generate the requisite motivation to actually change. When I was young, anytime my family got a new VCR or stereo, I would press every button, plug and unplug every cord and cable just to see what everything did. With time, I learned how the whole system worked, and just because I knew how it all worked, I was often the only person in the house who used the stuff. As this is the case for as this is the case for many millennial children, my parents looked on as if I was some sort of prodigy. To them, the fact that I could program the VCR without looking at the instruction manual made me the second coming of Tesla. It's easy to look back at my parents' generation and chuckle at their technophobia, but the further I get into adulthood, the more I realize that we all have areas of our lives where we're like my parents with the new VCR. We sit and stare and shake our heads and say, but how? And when it's just simple as doing it. I get emails from people asking me questions like this all the time, and for many years, I never know what to say to them. There's this girl whose parents were immigrants and saved for their whole lives to put her through med school. But now she's in med school, she hates it. She doesn't want to spend her life as a doctor, so she wants to drop out more than anything. Yet she feels stuck. So stuck, in fact, that she ends up emailing a stranger on an internet, me, and asking him a silly, obvious question like, how do I drop out of med school? Or the college guy who had a crush on his tutor, so he agonized over every sign, every laugh, every smile, every diversion into small talk, and emails me 28-page novella that concludes the question, how do I ask her out? Or the single mother whose now adult kids have finished school and are loafing around on her couch eating her food, spending her money, not respecting her place or her desire for privacy. She wants them to move on with their lives. She wants to move on with her life. Yet she's scared to the death of pushing her children away. Scared to the point of asking, how do I ask them to move out? These are VCR questions. From the outside, the answer is simple. Just shut up and do it. But on the inside, from the perspective of each of these people, these questions feel impossibly complex and opaque. The existential riddles wrapped in enigmas, packed in a KFC bucket of Rubik's Cubes. VCR questions are funny because the answer appears difficult to anyone who has them and appears easy to anyone who does not. The problem here is the pain. Filling out the appropriate paperwork to drop out of med school is a straightforward and obvious action. Breaking your parents' hearts is not. Asking a tutor out on a date is as simple as saying the words. Risking intense embarrassment and rejection feels far more complicated. Asking someone to move out of your house is a clear decision. Feeling as though you're abandoning your children is not. I struggle with the social anxiety throughout much of my adolescence and young adult life. I spend most of my days distracting myself with video games and most of my nights either drinking or smoking away my uneasiness. For many years, the thought of speaking to a stranger, especially if that stranger happens to be particularly attractive, interesting, popular, smart, felt impossible to me. Hello, Vico. Welcome. It's always nice to see you. I lost where I was. Alright. Especially if that stranger happens to be particularly smart, attractive, interesting, popular. Felt impossible to me. I walked around in the days for years asking myself the dumb VCR question. How? How do I just walk up and talk to a person? How can somebody do that? I had all sorts of screwed up beliefs about this, like you weren't allowed to speak to someone unless you had some practical reason to. I feel that. Or that women would think I would be a creepy rapist if I so much so as said hello. Okay, small tangent. Small tangent. I feel immense pressure right now to make friends. I don't know. It's very difficult. I feel unsatisfied with my social life, I suppose. And it's been very, very difficult. I think I've kind of fallen into the fallacy that this person has mentioned, where I'm kind of scared and the pain, I'm trying to avoid the pain of rejection or of having to spend my time elsewhere and investing in something that is not always going to be rewarding, right? If I go and meet people and they don't seem to be the type of people I want to be friends with, that is time wasted, and I'm kind of afraid of that. But also, the same thing, I feel like, I really like giving compliments to people. I like to see that they smile at my words, at whatever I say. But I'm also at the same time really scared of being seemingly weird, right? I'm probably not gonna see this person ever again on the street that I just walked by. Looking at them and liking their hair, that is something that I can't avoid. It's a thought that just happens, right? But it's a decision to give or not give the compliments, and I genuinely prefer giving the compliments, right? I'd like to say, oh, your hair looks really cool. Your hair looks really good. It looks really beautiful. Or I really, really like that dress you're wearing. That suit you have, sir. Or something like that. But it seems always out of place and against everything that I've previously learned. I learned to be, unimposing. Don't distract people. Don't bother others. Don't try and give compliments because it's unwanted. But in reality, this is what I care about. I like to make other people feel good, and the aftermath, the consequence of them thinking I'm weird doesn't really matter to me. So, but for some reason, I'm assigning so much meaning, so much pain, so much suffering, and trying to avoid this bad result, I guess. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that, but I just think I should try to give compliments more, and I'm not doing it enough, and I'm avoiding the potential that people would think I'm weird for giving a compliment. But where were we? The problem was that my motion defined my reality because it felt like people didn't want to talk to me. I came to believe that people didn't want to talk to me. And thus my VCR question, how do you just walk up to people and talk to a person? Because I failed to separate what I felt and what was from what was, I was I was incapable of stepping outside myself and seeing the world for what it was. It was a simple place where two people can just walk up to talk to each other at any time and speak. Many people, when they feel some sort of pain or anger or sadness, drop everything to attempt to numb out whatever they're feeling. Their goal is to get back to feeling good again as quickly as possible, even if that means substances or deluding themselves or returning to their shitty values. Learning to sustain the pain you've chosen. When you've chosen a new value, you're choosing to introduce a new form of pain into your life. Relish it, savor it, welcome it with open arms, then act despite it. I won't lie, it's going to feel impossibly hard at first. You're going to start simple, but you can start simple. You're going to feel as though you don't know what to do. We've discussed this. You don't know anything. Even when you think you do, you really don't know what the fuck you're actually doing. So really, what is there to lose? Life is about not knowing, and that doing something anyways. And then doing something anyways. All of life is like this. It never changes. Even when you're happy, even when you're farting fairy dust, even when you're winning the lottery and buying a small fleet of jet skis, you still don't know what the hell you're doing. Don't ever forget that, and don't ever be afraid. Do something, principal. In 2000... Oh. Alright, let me drink some water. Or honey tea. Yeah. Oh, the bottom of the cup was so sweet. In 2008, after holding down a day job for 6 weeks, I gave up the whole job to pursue an online business. At the time, I had absolutely no clue what I was doing, but I figured out that if I was going to be broke and miserable, I might as well be working on my own terms. And at that time, it seemed all I seemed to really care about was chasing girls. Oh. Alright, let's restart. Where were I? At that time, all I seemed to really care about was chasing girls, so fuck it. I decided to start a blog and write about my crazy dating life. That first morning that I woke up self-employed, terror quickly consumed me. I found myself sitting at my laptop and realizing, for the first time, I was entirely responsible for all of my own decisions, as well as the consequences of the decisions. I was responsible for teaching myself web design, internet marketing, search engine optimization, and other esoteric topics. It was all on my shoulders now. And so I did what any 24-year-old who just quit his job and had no idea what he was doing do. I downloaded some computer games and avoided work like it was the Ebola virus. As the weeks went by and my bank account turned from black to red, it was clear that I needed to come up with some sort of strategy to get myself to put in the 12, 14-hour days that were necessary to get a new business off the ground. And that plan came from an unexpected place. When I was in high school, my math teacher, Miss Packwood, would used to say, if you're stuck on a problem, don't sit there and think about it, just start working on it. Even if you don't know what you're doing, the simple act of working on it will eventually cause the right ideas to show up in your head. During that early self-employed period, when I struggled every day, completely clueless on what to do, and terrified of the results, or the lack thereof, Miss Packwood's advice started beckoning me from the recess of my mind. I heard it like a mantra. Don't just sit there, do something. The answers will follow. In the course of applying Miss Packwood's advice, I learned a powerful lesson about motivation. It took about 8 years for this lesson to sink in, but what I discovered over those long, gruesome months of bombed product launches, laughable advice columns, uncomfortable nights on friends' couches, overdrawn bank accounts, and hundreds and thousands of words written, most of them unread. Perhaps what was the most important thing I've ever learned in my life was, action isn't just the effect of motivation, it's also the cause of it. Most of us commit to action only if we feel a certain level of motivation, and that we feel motivation only if we feel enough emotionally inspired. We assume that these steps occur in a sort of chain reaction like this: emotional inspiration to motivation to desirable action. If you want to accomplish something but don't feel motivated or inspired, then you assume you're just screwed. There's nothing you can do about it, not until a major emotional life event occurs that you can generate enough emotion to actually get off the couch and do something. The thing about motivation is that it's not only a 3-part chain, but an endless loop. Inspiration, motivation, action, inspiration, motivation, action, etc. Your actions create further emotional reactions in the inspiration and move on to motivate your future actions. Take advantage of this knowledge, we can reorientate our mindset in the following ways: action, then inspiration, then motivation. If you lack some motivation to do and make important change in your life, do something. Anything, really. And then harness the reaction to that action and begin motivating yourself. I call this do something principle. After using it myself to build my business, I began teaching it to readers who came to me perplexed by their own VCR questions. How do I apply for a job? Or how do I tell this guy I want to be his girlfriend? And stuff like that. During the first couple of years I worked for myself, entire weeks would go by without my accomplishing for much. For no other reason than I was just anxious and stressed about what I had to do, and it was easy to put everything off. I quickly learned that forcing myself to do something, even the most menial of tasks, quickly made the larger tasks seem much easier. If I had to redesign an entire website, I forced myself to sit down and say, okay, I'll just design the header right now. But after the header was done, I'd find myself moving on to other parts of the site. And then before I knew it, I'd be energized and engaged with the project. The author, Tim Ferriss, relates a story he once heard about a novelist who'd written over 70 novels. Someone asked the novelist how he'd been able to write so consistently and remain inspired and motivated. He replied, 200 crappy words a day. That's it. The idea was that if he forced himself to write 200 crappy words, more often than not, the action of writing would inspire him, and before he knew it, he'd have thousands of words down on the page. If we follow the do something principle, failure feels unimportant. Then, when the standard of success becomes merely acting, then any result, regardless of the progress, is important. Were any result regarded as progress and important? When inspiration is seen as a reward rather than a prerequisite, we propel ourselves ahead. We feel free to fail, and that failure moves us forward. The do something principle not only helps us overcome procrastination, but it's also the process by which we adopt new values. If you're in the midst of an existential shitstorm and everything feels meaningless, if all the ways you used to measure yourself has come up short and you have no idea what's next, if you know you've been hurting yourself chasing false dreams, if you know that there's some better metric you should be measuring yourself with but you don't know how, the answer is the same. Do something. That something can be the smallest viable action towards something else. It can be anything. Recognize that you've been an entitled prick in all of your relationships and want to start developing more compassion for others? Do something. Start simple, make it goal, listen to someone's problems and give some of your time to help that person. Just do it once, or promise yourself that you will assume that you are the root of your problems next time you're upset. Just try on the idea and see how it feels. That's often necessary to get... Oh, 1 second. Oh. One second. Something seemed to have broken. Oh no. Okay, I think we're back. Yeah. Okay. What is next? Or just promise yourself that you will assume that you are the root of your problem next time you get upset. Just try on the idea and see how it feels. That often is necessary to get the snowball rolling. The action needed to inspire the motivation to keep you going. You can become your own source of inspiration. You can become your own source of motivation. Action is always within reach, and simply doing something as your own metric for success, well, even failure pushes you forward. Okay, that's the end of chapter 7. I think I really found the last part about like action and do something to be really important and also very, very relatable, because I think recently I've been in the ditch of like for the most part, like I've kind of stumbled upon what has been mentioned in the entire previous chapters of the book, like the part about, you know, evaluating the reason for your actions, the identifying your underlying values and trying to do something about those values. I think that I am currently stuck on the part of action and motivation and trying to stomach the pain of change. I think this has been the most difficult part of my journey so far, and I really found that the inspiration, motivation, action, rearranging to action, inspiration, motivation part to be very, very helpful, because I definitely do everything in the way where I go seek out inspiration, and then hopefully it's enough motivation to make me do an action. And I've never really viewed it as the way that the author puts it in the book, where if you do something, eventually you'll be inspired to do something else, because being in the mindset, being in the mode of creating, of doing homework, of working at your job, of whatever, really, just puts you in the mode of the action, and which will, you know, naturally cause inspiration, naturally cause motivation, and it seems very obvious now, but it's fun. It's a fun thing to think about and perhaps explore as well. I'm gonna make myself a tiny bit bigger. Okay, alright. But back to the chapter 8. We only have 2 more chapters. We only have about 50 more pages. Wow. We're about halfway through today. Honestly, decent. I would say decent progress. Not too fast, not too slow. The Importance of Saying No, Chapter 8. In 2009, I gathered up all my possessions, sold them, or put them into storage, left my apartment, and set off for Latin America. By this time, my little dating advice blog was getting some traffic, and I was actually making a modest amount of money selling PDFs and courses online. I planned to... Oh, this is the part of the pickup artist thing. I see. I had a really, really weird, I guess, impression of pickup artists, probably from movies and like weird stories. I thought they were like some sort of MLM salesperson or something of dating advice, of like, you know, playerism, I guess. I don't know. I planned on spending most of it in the next few years living abroad, experiencing new cultures, and taking advantage of lower costs of living in a number of developing countries in Asia, Latin America, to build my business further. It was a digital nomad's dream as a 25-year-old adventure seeker. It was exactly what I wanted out of life. But as sexy and heroic my plan sounded, not all of the values driving me to this nomadic lifestyle were healthy ones. Sure, I had some admirable values going on, a thirst to see the world, a curiosity for people and culture, some old-fashioned adventure seeking, but also existed a faint outline of shame underlying everything else. At the time, I was hardly aware of it, but if I was completely honest with myself, I knew there was a screw-up value lurking there somewhere, beneath the surface. I couldn't see it, but in quiet moments when I was completely honest with myself, I could feel it. Along with the entitlement of my 20s, the real traumatic shit of my teenage years have left me with a nice bundle of commitment issues. I had spent the past few years overcompensating for the inadequacies and social anxiety of my teenage years. And as a result, I felt like I could meet anybody I wanted, be friends with anybody I wanted, love anybody I wanted, have sex with anybody I wanted. So why would I ever commit to a single person or even a social group, a single city, country, or culture? If I could experience everything equally, why should I experience them all equally? Wait, I didn't understand that. If I could experience everything equally, then I should experience them all equally, right? Oh, there's no why. Armed with this grandiose sense of connectivity to the world, I bounced back and forth across countries, oceans, as a game of global hopscotch that lasted over 5 years. I visited 55 countries, made dozens of friends, and then found myself in the arms of a number of lovers, all of whom who were quickly replaced, and some of whom who were already forgotten by the next flight to the next country. It was a strange life. Replete with fantastic, horizon-breaching experiences, as well as superficial highs designed to numb my underlying pain. It seemed both so profound yet so meaningless at the same time, and it still does. Some of my greatest life lessons and character-defining moments came on the road during this period. Some of the biggest wastes of time and energy came from this period as well. Now I live in New York. I have a house and furniture and an electric bill and a wife. None of it is particularly glamorous or exciting, and I like it that way. Because after all the years of excitement, the biggest lessons I took away from my adventure was this: absolute freedom by itself means nothing. Freedom grants the opportunity for greater meaning, but by itself, there is nothing necessarily meaningful about it. Ultimately, the only way to achieve meaning and a sense of importance in one's life is through the rejection of an alternate, a narrower freedom. A narrowing of freedom, a choice of committing to one place, one belief, and one person. This realization came to me slowly over the course of my years traveling. As with most excesses in life, you have to drown yourself in them, then realize they don't make you happy. As such, such was travel with me. As I drowned in my 53rd, 54th, 55th country, I began to understand that while all my experiences were exciting and great, a few of them had any lasting significance. Whereas my friends back home were settling down into marriages, buying houses, and giving their time to interesting companies or political causes, I was floundering them from one place to the next. In 2011, I traveled to St. Petersburg, Russia. The food sucked. The weather sucked. Snow in May? Are you kidding me? My apartment sucked. Nothing worked. Everything was overpriced. People were rude and smelled funny. Nobody smiled and everyone drank too much. Yet, I loved it. It was one of my favorite trips. There's a bluntness to Russian culture that generally rubs Westerners the wrong way. Gone are the fake niceties, and the verbal web of politeness. You don't smile at a stranger or pretend to like anything you don't. In Russia, if something is stupid, you say it's stupid. If something's being an asshole, you tell them they're being an asshole. If you really like someone or are having a great time, you tell her that you like her and are having a great time. It doesn't matter if this person is your friend, a stranger, somebody you've never met, or somebody you've met just 5 minutes ago on the streets. First week, I found all this really uncomfortable. I went on a coffee date with a Russian girl. Within 3 minutes of sitting down, she looked at me funny and told me that what I just said was stupid. I nearly choked on my drink. There was nothing combative about the way she said it. It was spoken as if it was some mundane fact, like the quality of the weather or her shoe size. but I was still shocked. After all, in the West, such outspokenness is seen as highly offensive, especially from someone you just met. But it went on like this with everyone. Everyone came across as rude all the time. As a result, my Western coddled mind felt attacked on all sides. Nagging insecurities began to surface in situations they hadn't existed in years. But as the weeks wore on, I got used to the Russian frankness. As much as I did midnight sunsets and the vodka on the way that went down like ice water, and then I started appreciating it for what it really was: unadulterated expression, honesty in the truest sense of the word, communication with no conditions, no strings attached, no ulterior motive, no sales job, no desperate attempt to be liked. Somehow, after years of traveling, it was perhaps in the most un-American of places that I experienced a particular flavor of freedom. The ability to say whatever I thought or felt without the fear of repercussion. It was a strange form of liberation through accepting rejection, and as someone who has been starved of this kind of blunt expression most of his life, first by an emotionally repressed family life, then later by a meticulously constructed false display of confidence, I got drunk on liking it. Well, like it was the finest damn vodka I've ever had. The month I spent in St. Petersburg went by in a blur, and by the end, I didn't want to leave. Travel is a fantastic self-development tool because it extricates you from the values of your culture and shows you another society that can live with an entirely different value and an entirely different set of values and still function and not hate themselves. This exposure to different cultural values and metrics that force you to re-examine what seems so obvious in your own life to consider that perhaps it's not necessarily the best way to live. In this case, Russia has me re-examine the bullshitty, fake, nice communication that is so common in Anglo culture, and asking myself if this wasn't somehow making us more insecure around each other, or worse, at intimacy. I remember discussing this dynamic with my Russian teacher at one day. He had an interesting theory. Having lived under communism for so many generations, with little to no economic opportunity and caged by a culture of fear, Russian society found the most valuable currency to be trust. And to build trust, you have to be honest. That meant that when things sucked, you say so openly without apology. People's display of unpleasant honesty were rewarded with the simple fact that they were necessary for survival. If you had to know whom you could rely on and who you couldn't, then you needed to know quick. But in the free West, my Russian teacher continued, there existed an abundance of economic opportunity. So much economic opportunity that it became far more valuable to present yourself a certain way, even if it was false, than to actually be that way. Trust lost its value. Appearances and salesmanship became so much more advantageous forms of expression. Knowing that a lot of people superficially was more beneficial than knowing few closely. That's why it became the norm in Western cultures to smile and say polite things, even when you don't feel like it, to tell little white lies and agree with someone who you don't actually agree with. That's why people learn to pretend to be friends with people they don't actually like, or to buy things they don't actually want. The economic system promotes such deception. The downside of this is that you will never know. You never know. In the West, you can completely trust the person you're talking to. Sometimes this is the case even amongst good friends or family members. There is such pressure in the West to be likable that the person often reconfigures their entire personality depending on the person they're dealing with. rejection makes your life better. As an extension of our positivity consumer culture, many of us have been indoctrinated with the belief that we should try to adhere and try to be inherently accepting and affirmative as possible. as possible. This is the cornerstone of many of the so-called positive thinking books. Open yourself to the opportunities. Be accepting. Say yes to everything and everyone and so on. But we need to reject something. Otherwise, we stand for nothing. If nothing is better or more desirable than anything else, then we are empty and our life is meaningless. If we are without value, we are without value and therefore our life without any purpose. The avoidance of rejection, both giving in and receiving it, is often sold to us in a way to make us better, feel better. But avoiding rejection gives us a short-term pleasure by making us rudderless and directionless in the long term. To fully, truly appreciate something, you must confine yourself to it. There's a certain level of joy and meaning that you reach in your life only when you've spent decades investing in a single relationship, a single craft, a single career. And you cannot achieve those decades of investment without rejecting the alternatives. The act of choosing a value for yourself requires rejecting alternative values. If I choose to make my marriage the most important part of my life, then that means I'm probably choosing not to make cocaine-fueled hooker orgies an important part of my life. If I'm choosing to judge myself based on the ability to have open and accepting friendships, that means I'm rejecting trashing my friends behind their backs. These are all healthy decisions, yet they require rejection at every turn. The point is, we must give a fuck about something in order to value something. To value something, we must reject what is not that something. To value X, we must reject non-X. That rejection is inherent and a necessary part of maintaining our values, therefore our identity. We are defined by what we choose to reject, and if we reject nothing, perhaps in fear of getting rejected by something ourselves, we essentially have no identity at all. The desire to avoid rejection at all costs, to avoid confrontation and conflict, to desire to attempt to accept everything equally and to make everything coherent and harmonized, is the deep and subtle form of entitlement. Entitled people, because they feel as though they deserve to feel great all the time, avoid rejecting anything because doing so may make them or anyone else feel bad. Because they refuse to reject anything, they live a valueless, pleasure-driven, self-absorbed life. All they give a fuck about is sustaining the high a little bit longer, to avoid the inevitable failures of their life, to pretend the suffering away. Rejection is an important part and a crucial life skill. Nobody wants to be stuck in a relationship that isn't making them happy. Nobody wants to be stuck in a business doing work they hate and don't believe in. Nobody wants to feel like they can't say what they really mean. Yet people choose these things all the time. Honesty is a natural human craving, but part of having honesty in our lives is being comfortable with saying and hearing the word no. In this way, rejection actually makes our relationships better and our emotional lives healthier. Boundaries. Once upon a time, there were two youngsters, a boy and a girl. The families hated each other, but the boy snuck to a party hosted by the girl's family because he was kind of a dick. The girl sees the boy, Angel sings so sweetly to her lady parts that she instantly falls in love with him. Just like that, he sneaks into her garden and they decide to get married the next freaking day because, you know, that's totally practical, and especially when your parents want to murder each other, so jump ahead a few days. Their family find out about their marriage, throws a shit fit, QTO dies. The girl is so upset she drinks poison that will put her to sleep for 2 days, but unfortunately the girl couple hasn't learned the ins and outs of good marital communication yet. The girl totally forgets to mention something to her new husband. The young man therefore mistakes her new wife's self-induced coma for suicide. Then he totally loses his marbles and he commits suicide, thinking he's gonna he's gonna be with her in the afterlife or some shit. But then she wakes up after the 2 days. Oh my god. Oh, I got scared. Hello, mystical RJ. Welcome. Posture check. Oh, I was tripping up. That was a good catch. No, I'm gonna set it so my chair doesn't go back. So I can be upright. Oh. Wait, how do I do it? Ah, there we go. I got jump scared by that. I think maybe I need to make it slightly quieter. Let's see. My bad. Yay. Gumi. Yeah. Check-in. Welcome in. I'm almost at the end. Oh wow. We have about 30 pages left in this book. It's fine. It was just sudden. Yeah. I apologize. Hi. Yeah, have you read this book before? I don't know. I've been loving the message. I think there are a lot of things that I've already started doing, which I'm kind of proud of. I think that I didn't have to like just start from scratch and revamp in my entire life, but the most important parts for me right now is to make sure that I can continue working on things, especially my fear of rejection, my fear of the pain that is to come with certain actions, and also my kind of like procrastination. So my action, my doing something part. But yeah, where are we? To only learn that her new husband has committed suicide, so she has the same exact idea and kills herself too. The end. Romeo and Juliet is synonymous. Nutty it is. He didn't mean for the play to be a glorification of love. In fact, he meant to keep it quite the opposite. A big, flashing neon red blinking sign, "Keep out," with police tape all around it saying "Do not cross." For most human history, romantic love was not celebrated as it is now. In fact, up until the mid-19th century or so, love was seen as an unnecessary and a potentially dangerous psychological impediment to the more important things in life. You know, like farming well or marrying guy with a lot of sheep. Young people were forcibly steered clear out of their romantic passions in favor of practical economic marriages that would yield I guess somehow S words are just hard for me to read. Stability for both them and their family. But today, we get all brain bonus for this kind of batshit crazy love. It dominates our culture, and the more dramatic, the better. Whether it is Ben Affleck working to destroy an asteroid to save the world for the girl he loves, or Mel Gibson murdering hundreds of Englishmen and fantasizing about his raped, murdered wife while being tortured to death. Or that elven chick giving up her immortality to be with Aragorn in Lord of the Rings. Or stupid romantic comedies where Jimmy Fallon forgoes his Red Sox playoff tickets because Drew Barrymore has, needs or something. If this sort of romantic love were cocaine, then culture would be like Tony Montana in Scarface, burying our faces in a mountain fuck of it. Screaming, "Say hello to my little friend." The problem is that we're finding out that romantic love is kind of like cocaine. like frighteningly similar to cocaine, like stimulates the exact parts of your brain as cocaine, like gets you high and makes you feel good for a while, but also creates many problems, so many problems as it solves. So does cocaine. Most elements of romantic love that we pursue, the dramatic, the dizzying emotional display of affection, the topsy-turvy ups and downs, aren't healthy. Genuine displays of love, in fact, they're often just another form of entitlement playing out through people's relationships. I know, that makes me sound like such a downer. Seriously, what kind of guy shits on romantic love? But hear me out. The truth is, there are healthy forms of love, unhealthy forms of love. Unhealthy forms of love is based on two people trying to escape their problems through their immersion with each other. In other words, they're using each other as an escape. Healthy love is based on two people acknowledging and addressing their own problems with each other's support. Entitlement, really? Yeah, wait, where was that? That was, yeah, romantic love and the displays of affection are just forms of entitlement. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not fully subscribed to this part. I don't like the sound of this guy. I think this part is more controversial so far, but everything else in the book has been quite interesting. Mark Manson has, laid out a few of the topics, especially regarding like focusing your values and reevaluating things. I personally enjoyed those, but this comparison with love and boundaries is, I'm still working through things, but we'll see. But welcome, Mr. Taket. Yeah, there are times where I wish I didn't give a fuck. I agree. I think it's difficult. Recently, I've been trying to do more of this. I've been trying to work on a few things. I've been trying to, make sure that the things I do are meaningful to me and that aren't like drowned by the useless values that he mentions. Even before I did read this book, but reading the book kind of helped me ground these thoughts and understand them a lot better and understand my actions and what I need to do. And so far, 170 pages into the book, I like it. But welcome. I hope you're having a good day. The difference between a healthy and unhealthy relationship comes down to two things. One, how well each person in the relationship accepts responsibility, and two, the willingness to help each other both reject and be rejected by their partners. Anywhere there is an unhealthy and toxic relationship, there will be a poor and porous sense of responsibility on both sides. There will be an inability to give or receive rejection. Whenever there is a healthy and loving relationship, there will be a clear boundary between two people and their values, and there will be an open avenue of giving and receiving rejection when necessary. By boundaries, I mean the delineation between two people's responsibility for their own problems. People in a healthy relationship with strong boundaries will take responsibility for their own values and problems and not take responsibility for their partner's values and problems. People in a toxic relationship with poor or no boundaries will regularly avoid responsibility for their own problems and or take responsibility for their partner's problems. What do poor boundaries look like? Well, here are some examples. You can't go out with your friends without me. You know how jealous I get. You have to stay home with me. My coworkers are idiots. They always make me late to meetings because I have to tell them how to do their jobs. I can't believe you made me feel stupid in front of my own sister. Never disagree with me in front of her again. I'd love to take that job in Milwaukee, but my mother would never forgive me for moving so far away. Can I date you? I can date you, but you can... Oh. I can date you, but can you not tell my friend Cindy? She gets really insecure when I have a boyfriend and she doesn't. In each scenario, the person is either taking the responsibility for problems and emotions that are not theirs, or demanding that someone else take the responsibility for their problem or emotions. In general, entitled people fall into the one or two traps in their relationship. Either they expect other people to take responsibility for their problems. I want a nice relaxing weekend at home. You should have known that and cancelled your plans. Or they take on too much responsibility for other people's problems. She just lost her job again, but it's probably my fault because I wasn't supportive of her as I could have been, so I'm going to help her rewrite her resume tomorrow. Entitled people adopt these strategies in their relationships as well as everything to help avoid accepting responsibility for their own problems. As a result, these relationships are fragile and fake, products of avoiding inner pain rather than embracing a genuine appreciation and adoration of their partner. This goes for not just romantic relationships. By the way, this also goes for friendships and family relationships, and an overbearing mother may take responsibility for every problem in her children's life. Her own entitlement then encourages an entitlement in her children. In her children. Oh, I'm sorry, I lost the words. In her children, as they grow up to believe other people should always be responsible for their problems. This is why the problem in your romantic relationships always eerily resemble the problems in your parents' relationships. When you have murky areas of responsibility for your actions and emotions, areas which are unclear who is responsible for what, whose fault is what you're doing is what you're doing, why you're doing what you're doing. You never develop strong values for yourself. Your only value becomes making your partner happy, or your only value becomes your partner making you happy. This is self-defeating, of course, and relationships characterized by such murkiness usually goes down like Hindenburg, with all the drama and fireworks. People can't solve your problems for you, and they shouldn't try. That's because that won't make you happy. You can't solve other people's problems for them either. Oh, hello. What's up, Harper? Welcome. Yeah. We're reading The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck today, and yeah, I'm almost done. Where was I? You can't solve other people's problems for them either. That likely will not make them happy as well. The mark of an unhealthy relationship is when two people try to solve each other's problems in order to feel good about themselves. Rather, a healthy relationship is when two people solve their own problems in order to feel good about each other. Now, there are two things. I don't know if I want I don't know if it's appropriate to share, but I'm gonna do it anyways. When the book talked about your relationships, your romantic relationships resembling the problems in your parents' relationships as well, it kind of reminded me of my parents divorced when I was in middle school, and ever since that experience, ever since having to see rough separation between my parents, I've always desired to try to avoid making it ever happen in my own relationships, and it always scares me to see that statistics divorced children are 50% more likely to have a divorce themselves or something like that. And I've always tried to, like, realize what were my problems, what could potentially cause issues in relationships. And it's always such a difficult question because you haven't seen an example of a good one. You haven't been in the presence of a healthy, strong family relationship. And so I don't know, it's one of my kind of like fears in life, one of my greatest fears in life, and is to have children and have a divorce, and and try my best not to do that. But the other one, I guess, here is another kind of like family example. Over the summer, I was helping my brother a lot with his college applications and enrollment and stuff like that over the past few years. And at some point, he was kind of like, leaving everything up to me. And I realized that, basically, I realized what was said in the book. I realized that I am, first of all, avoiding my own responsibilities, avoiding my own kind of purpose and things that I have to do to feel satisfied, feel good about myself because I'm helping him. And at the same time, I'm helping him avoid his own responsibilities as well. And so towards the end, I've taken a more kind of like do-it-yourself stance. And so hopefully he's better, but I think this will need to come intrinsically. His change in behavior, his change in attitude needs to come intrinsically. So I do hope that, my brother's a little more responsible in the future, but we'll see how that goes. But yeah, at the same time, I was using his responsibilities as a way to feel good about my own purpose, my own values. I was using his responsibilities and me helping him as a way to feel like I'm what's the word? I'm becoming closer with him. I'm developing a stronger brother to brother relationship. But that is just not true. That, like, later I realized that I was just doing so because it made me feel better. It made me feel better about not keeping up with his life, not asking him how he's doing, not having a close relationship. It was kind of my way of compensating just by helping him with everything and having him like literally rely on me for everything because I went through the same process. And it was kind of interesting to see it like penned in the book, like put into words, I suppose, in the book, and feeling like I relate to it. The setting of proper boundaries doesn't mean that you can't help or support your partner or be helped or supported yourself. You both should support each other. But only because you choose to support and be supported, not because you feel obligated or entitled. Entitled people who blame others for their own emotions and actions do so because they believe that if they are constantly painting themselves as the victim, eventually someone will come along and save them. Oh, that feels like exactly what my brother was doing. They will receive the love they've always wanted. Entitled people who take the blame for other people's emotions and actions do so because they believe that they fixing their partner and saving him or her, they will receive the love and appreciation they've always wanted. That feels like me. Oh no. Oh gosh. These are the yins and yangs of every toxic relationship. The victim and the saver. The person who starts the fire because it makes her feel important, and the person who puts it out because it makes him important. These two types of people are drawn strongly to one another, and they usually end up together. Their pathologies match one another perfectly. Often they've grown up with partners or parents who've exhibited one of these traits so well. So their model for a happy relationship is one based on entitlement and poor boundaries. Sadly, they both fail in meeting the other's actual needs. In fact, their pattern of over-blaming and over-accepting blame perpetuates the entitlement and shitty self-worth that's been keeping them from getting their emotional needs met in the first place. The victims create more and more problems to solve, not because additional real problems exist, but because it gets her attention and affection she craves. The saver solves and solves, not because she truly cares about the problems, because she believes that she must fix others' problems in order to deserve attention and affection for herself. In both cases, the intentions are selfish and conditional, and therefore self-sabotaging, and genuine love is rarely experienced. The victim, if he really loved the saver, would say, "Look, this is my problem. You don't have to fix it for me. Just support me when I fix it." That would actually be a demonstration of love, taking responsibility of your own problems and not holding your partner responsible for them. If the saver really wanted to save the victim, the saver would say, "Look, you're blaming others for your own problems. Deal with this yourself." And in a sick way, that would actually be a demonstration of love, helping someone solve their own problems. Instead, victims and savers both use each other to achieve emotional highs. It's like the addiction they fulfill in one another. Ironically, when presented with emotionally healthy people to date, they usually feel bored or lack chemistry with them. They pass on emotionally healthy, secure individuals because the secure partner's solid boundaries don't feel exciting enough to stimulate the constant highs necessary in the entitled person. For victims, it's the hardest thing to do in the world, to hold themselves accountable for their problems. They've spent their entire life believing that the other person is responsible for their fate, so the first step in taking responsibility for themselves is often terrifying. For savers, it's the hardest thing in the world to do to stop taking responsibility for other people's problems. They've spent their entire life feeling valued and loved only when they're saving someone else, so letting go of this need is terrifying for them as well. If you make a sacrifice for someone you care about, it needs to be because you want to, not because you feel obligated to, or because you fear the consequences of not doing so. If my partner is going to make a sacrifice for you, it needs to be because he or she genuinely wants so. Not because you've manipulated the sacrifice through anger or guilt. Acts of love are only valid if they are performed without conditions or expectations. Now, back to, I guess, hello? Oh no. Okay. I think we're back. Sorry about that. Yeah. As I was saying, I felt like the book really is accurate, at least in my own experience. We're so back. Let's go. Yeah. Okay. Alright, everything is good. I can hear myself and the music, and I'm moving around. Okay, yeah. I really relate to the book and why I believe that it's accurate, because in the process of helping my brother with his college stuff and like life stuff, sorting out, bank accounts and stuff, because he's also moving into a new country, moving to America, and it's very scary. I felt like, I dropped my book. I felt like I was just doing things that were how do I phrase this? I felt like I was doing things that just satisfied me. It felt like, okay, I personally can't feel good. It affected my identity if my brother had somehow, received a hiccup in his life, not going to college after high school, I feel like it would impact me that he is irresponsible. He's not doing homework, or and to satisfy my own weird, twisted desires to have a brother who is going to a very good college and not needing to take a gap year because of his own irresponsibleness. What's the word? But you know what I'm talking about. I decided to over-invest my time and effort and basically help him do everything, in the sense that I keep telling myself that, oh, I'm doing this for him. I am being benevolent. I'm offering my help and my efforts and my time as a way to show appreciation and improve our relationship, sibling relationship. But in reality, it's because I felt a need to do so, and I was only satisfying my own needs. It's a really difficult and weird. Oh, uh-oh. Are we back? Oh no, I'm stuck again. Ah. Why is that? Why? But in a way, it's a weird kind of like sense of kind of desire, I guess. And so it's interesting to see that the book has talked about this so much. Okay. Give me 1 second. No, it's not working. It's an issue with my connection. Give me a second. I think we're good now. I think we're good. Okay. Connect, you fool. Yeah, there we go. Finally. Sorry about that. Okay. Let's go back to reading. All right. Where are we? It can be difficult for people to recognize the difference between doing something out of obligation and doing something voluntarily. So here's a litmus test. Ask yourself, if I refused, how would the relationship change? Similarly, ask, if my partner refused something I wanted, how would the relationship change? If the answer is that refusal will cause a blowout of drama and broken china plates, that is a bad sign that your relationship is unhealthy. It suggests that your relationship is conditional, based on superficial benefits received from one another, rather than an unconditional acceptance of each other, along with each other's problems. People with strong boundaries are not afraid of temper tantrums, an argument, or getting hurt. People with weak boundaries are often terrified of those things and will constantly mold their own behavior to fit the highs and lows of their relational emotional roller coaster. That was a mouthful. People with strong boundaries understand that it's unreasonable to expect two people to accommodate each other 100% and fulfill every need one another has. People with strong boundaries understand that they may hurt someone's feelings sometimes, but ultimately they can't determine how other people feel. People with strong boundaries understand that a healthy relationship is not about controlling one another's emotions, but rather about each partner supporting the other with their individual growth and solving their own problems. It's not about giving a fuck about everything your partner gives a fuck about. It's giving a fuck about your partner regardless of the fucks he or she gives. That's unconditional love, baby. How to build trust. My wife is one of those women who spends a lot of time in front of the mirror. She loves to look amazing. I love for her to look amazing too, obviously. Nights before we go out, she comes out of the bathroom after an hour-long makeup, hair, clothes, whatever women do in their session, and asks me how she looks. She's usually gorgeous. Every once in a while though, she looks bad. Maybe she tried to do something new with her hair, or decides to wear a pair of boots that some flamboyant designer from Milan thought they were avant-garde. Whatever the reason, it just doesn't work. When I tell her this, she usually gets pissed off and marches back into the closet or bathroom to redo everything, makes us 30 minutes late. She spouts a bunch of 4-letter words and sometimes slings a few of them in my direction. Men stereotypically lie in this situation to make their wives' girlfriends happy, but I don't. Why? Because honesty in my relationship is more important to me than feeling good all the time. The last person I would ever have to censor myself is with the woman I love. Fortunately, I'm married to a woman who agrees and is willing to hear my uncensored thoughts. She calls me out on my bullshit too, of course, which is one of the most important traits she offers me as a partner. Sure, my ego gets bruised sometimes, and I bitch and complain and try to argue, but a few hours later I come skulking back and admit she was right. And holy crap, she makes me a better person, even though I hate hearing it sometimes. When our highest priorities is always to make ourselves feel good, or always to make our partner feel good, then nobody ends up feeling good. Our relationship ends up falling apart without our ever even knowing it. Without conflict, there can be no trust. Conflict exists to show us who is there for us unconditionally and who is just there for us for the benefits. No one trusts a yes man. If Disappointment Panda was here, he'd tell you that the pain in our relationship is necessary to cement our trust in each other and produce greater intimacy. For a relationship to be healthy, both people must be willing to be able to say no and hear no. Without that negation, without the occasional rejection, boundaries break down and one's personal problems and values come to dominate the other. Conflict is not only normal, then it's absolutely necessary to maintain a healthy relationship. If two people are close and are not being able to hash out their differences openly and vocally, then the relationship is based on manipulation and misrepresentation and will slowly become toxic. Trust is the most important ingredient in any relationship, for the simple reason that without trust, the relationship doesn't usually actually mean anything. A person could tell you that she loves you, and wants to be with you and wants to give up everything for you, but if you don't trust her, you get no benefits from those statements. You don't feel loved until you trust that the love being expressed towards you comes from without any special conditions or baggages attached. That is why it's so destructive. That's what's so destructive about cheating. It's not about the sex. It's about the trust that's been destroyed as a result of sex. Without trust, the relationship can no longer function, so it's either rebuild the trust or say your goodbyes. I often get emails from people who have been cheated on by their significant other, but want to stay with the partner and are wondering how they can trust him or her again. Without trust, they tell me, the relationship has been feeling like a burden, like a threat that must be monitored and questioned rather than enjoyed. The problem here is that most people who get caught cheating apologize and give the "it will never happen again" spiel, and that's that. As if penises fell into various orifices completely by accident. Many cheatees accept this response at face value and don't question the response and the values and fucks given by their partners. They don't ask themselves whether those values and fucks make their partners a good person to stay with. They're so concerned with holding their relationship that they failed holding on to the relationship that they fail to recognize that it becomes a black hole consuming their self-respect. If people cheat, it's because something other than relationship is more important to them. Maybe it's power over love, maybe it's the validation through sex, maybe it's giving in to their own impulses. Whatever it is, it's clear that the cheater's values are not aligned in a way to support a healthy relationship. And if the cheater doesn't admit this or to come to terms with it, if he just gives in to the old "I don't know what I was thinking, I was stressed out and drunk and she was there" response, then he lacks serious self-awareness necessary to solve any relationship problems. What needs to happen is the cheater has to start peeling away at their self-awareness onion and figure out what fucked up value caused them to break the trust of the relationship, and whether they actually still value the relationship. They'll need to be able to say, "You know what? I am selfish. I care about myself more than the relationship. To be honest, I don't really respect the relationship much at all." If the cheater can't express their shitty values and show that those values have been overridden, then there is no reason to believe they can be trusted. And if they can't be trusted, then the relationship is not going to get better or change. The other factor in regaining trust after it's being broken is a practical one, a track record. If someone breaks your trust, words are nice, but you need to see that their constant track record of improved behavior. Only then you can begin to trust the cheater's values are now properly aligned and the person will really change. Unfortunately, building a track record of trust takes time. Certainly more time than it takes to break trust. And during that trust building period, things are likely going to be pretty shitty. So both people in the relationship must be conscious of the struggle they're choosing to undertake. I use the example of cheating in a romantic relationship, but this process applies to a breach in any relationship. When trust is destroyed, it can only be rebuilt following two steps happening. If the two steps happen. Number 1, the trust breaker admits the true values that caused the breach and owns up to them. And number 2, the trust breaker builds a solid track record of improved behavior over time. Without the first step, there should be no attempt at reconciliation in the first place. Trust is like a china plate. If you break it once, with some care and attention, you can put it back together. But if you break it again, it splits into even more pieces and it takes far longer to piece together again. If you break it even more times, eventually it shatters to the point where it's impossible to restore. There are too many broken pieces and too much dust. Freedom through commitment. Consumer culture is very good at making us want more and more and more. Underneath all the hype and marketing is an implication that more is always better. I bought into this idea for years. Make more money, visit more countries, have more experiences, be with more women. But more is not always better. In fact, the opposite is true. We're actually often happier with less. When we're overloaded with opportunities and options, we suffer from what psychologists refer to as a paradox of choice. Basically, the more options we're given, the less satisfied we become with whatever we choose, because we're aware of all the other options we're potentially forfeiting. So, if you have to choose between two places to live and pick one, you'll likely feel confident and comfortable with that you made the right choice. You'll be satisfied with your decision. But if you have to choose among 28 places, let's say, to live and pick one, the paradox of choice says you will likely spend years agonizing, doubting, second-guessing yourself, wondering if you made the right choice. And if you've truly maximized your happiness, and if you are truly maximizing your own happiness. And this anxiety, this desire for certainty and perfection and success will make you unhappy. I actually have a weird story about this. I've realized that through years and years of being the one responsible to pick a restaurant when we go out, that if I spend too much time looking for restaurants, if I spend too much time looking at lists and opinions and Reddit threads and travel websites and wherever, then I always don't enjoy the restaurant as much, and I always wonder if there's, a better restaurant next door, or what if that one over there, I've never seen that one before, what if that one's more tasty or less expensive, or whatever thing I'm caring about, more authentic. But in reality, when I narrow it down to just 3 things, the first 3 things I see, or the first however many things I see, and pick one out of the 3, it's usually always led to more satisfaction. I'm always happier about the meal. I'm always happier about the food. I care less about what other things could have happened, because I could, just do this again or come back another time if I'm traveling, right? And I don't know, it was a much more liberating feeling to know that, okay, if I limit my choices down and decide faster, then it's always going to be usually a better experience. Because even if you go to a restaurant and they serve you salad with worms in it, that's what happened one time, then, it might be a bad experience in it of itself, but the more times you do it, the better, what am I trying to say? Let me formulate my ideas first. It's still going to be an overall benefit. I think that's what I was trying to say. If you go and pick 20 times and there was one bad experience, you won't fault your decision. You won't fault picking the 3, and you said, okay, you won't fault limiting your options. You won't say, okay, out of the 3, I could have had, maybe a better choice, a restaurant without worms and salads, but it's never the limiting of options, I guess. And usually you're more confident, just like the book has mentioned. So what do we do? Well, if you're like what I used to be like, you avoid choosing anything at all. Your aim is to keep your options open for as long as possible. You avoid commitment. But while investing deeply in one person, one place, one job, one activity might deny us the breadth of experience pursuing a breadth of experience denies us the opportunity to experience the rewards of depth of experience. There are some experiences that you can only have when you lived in the same place for 5 years, when you've been with the same person for over a decade, when you've been working on the same skill or craft for half your lifetime. Now that I'm in my 30s, worms in a salad is an experience, alright. Actually, funnily enough, I remember now, I've had this experience twice. Not at the same place, of course, but when I was visiting, I believe, Chongqing in western China, we went to a Papa John's one night, feeling tired with my mom, and we sat down and ordered some pizza. And was like, okay, we should probably eat some greens because it's healthier. And so we ordered the salad, and it arrived. It looked very good. It's just, you know, decent Papa John's salad. And so I started, you know, bringing my fork and stabbing it into the salad. And then for whatever reason, I had to lift up the bowl. And then I think I was like moving things around, reorganizing the desk, the table. And as I lifted the bowl, it was a glass bowl, and I saw at the bottom, there was this weird green, like, tube, like I don't know, like a paste, not paste, weird green line that didn't really fit with the rest of the salad. And so, you know, I took a closer look and I realized it was a caterpillar. And so we called the restaurants, and we called the servers, and we called the managers, and they're like, "Oh, we're so sorry. We can get you a new salad for free, and we'll give you a discount. Just don't give us a bad review, because bad reviews in China is like the death of a restaurant." And the second time, this time it was actually really weird. I was visiting Washington D.C. with my family once again, and we discovered this really good restaurant. It was like kind of, what style? It was just like a steak restaurant, I think, with like some Italian. I remember now, Italian. It was an Italian restaurant, and we had amazing experiences the first time we went, and so we went back again. And then on the third time, we went back again because we wanted to try everything else on the menu. And so we finally settled down and got ourselves a Cobb salad, and and this time around, on the third salad, we noticed that there was something in the salad, and it was yet again another caterpillar. And so they gave us free desserts and made the salad free. But, you know, we still really enjoyed the restaurant, and the food was amazing. So I didn't really, I didn't chalk that down as a really negative experience. It was just funny to see. Funny to see something happen. Oh yeah, death sentence for a restaurant for sure. Yeah, it's I guess in America it's also true, but like you can see on Google reviews or Yelp or whatever that the average review score is around 4. Like 3.5 would be okay. Like you wouldn't expect greatness or Michelin star quality from those restaurants, but you would probably be fine if you walk into a restaurant, eat, and then discover they're 3.5 and be like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But in China, like on those Yelp style websites and apps, and like Google review style websites and apps, basically everything is at a 4. If you're lower than a 4, it is probably committing some health safety violations. If 4.5 is the average, and above a 4.5 is great. And so there's kind of like this inflation of scoring. And if right, I also remembered seeing that now I guess it's more common if you give someone a less than a 5-star at any like kind of customer service survey or on Uber after you get a delivery or go on a trip or something like that, that is considered being unsatisfied, when the average should be at 3 stars, right? If it's an average experience, nothing special happened, you weren't unhappy, you weren't like overly joyous of the interaction, then you would, an average seems normal. But there but now it's so much harder to kind of like distinguish between good and less good, because everything's at the 5 stars. Right, we were talking about salads and worms. Why did I talk about that? When you're pursuing a wide breadth of experience, you're diminishing the returns of each new adventure, each new person or thing. When you never left your home country in the first place, the first country you visit inspires a massive perspective shift because you have such a narrow experience base to draw on. Yeah. Yeah. But when you've been on to 20 countries, 21st adds very little. When you've been to 50, 51st adds even less. The same goes for material possession, money, hobbies, jobs, friends, and romantic sexual partners. All the lame, superficial values people choose for themselves. The older you get, the more experience you get, and less significantly each new experience affects you. The first time I drank at a party was exciting. The 100th time was fun. The 500th time felt like a normal weekend, and the 1000th time felt boring and unimportant. The big story for me, and personally, over the past few years has been my ability to open myself up to commitment. I've chosen to reject all but the very best people and experiences and values in my life. I shut down my business projects, all the business projects, and decided to focus on writing full time. Since then, my website has become more popular than I've ever imagined possible. I've committed to one woman for the long haul, and to my surprise, found this to be more rewarding than any of the flings, thrusts. I don't know what that word means. And one night stands that I've had in the past. I've committed to a single geographic location and doubled down on a handful of my significant, genuine, healthy relationships. And what I've discovered is something entirely counterintuitive, that there is a freedom and liberation in commitment. I found increased opportunities and upsides in rejecting alternatives and distractions in favor of what I've chosen to let truly matter to me. Commitment gives you freedom because you are no longer distracted by unimportant, frivolous commitment. Frivolous. What? Oh. Because you're no longer distracted by the unimportant and frivolous. Commitment brings you freedom because it hones your attention and focus, directing them towards what is the most efficient at making you healthy and happy. Commitment makes decisions easier and removes any fear of missing out. Knowing what you already have is good enough. Why would you ever stress about chasing more? Again, commitment also allows you to focus intently on a few highly important goals and achieve greater success than you could ever otherwise. In this way, rejection of the alternative liberates us. Rejection of what does not align with our most important values, our chosen metrics, rejection of the constant pursuit of breadth without depth. Yes, breadth of experience is likely necessary for and desirable when you're young. After all, you have to go out there and discover what seems worth investing yourself in. But depth is where the gold is buried, and you have to stay committed to something and go dig it up. That's true in relationships, in a career, in building a great lifestyles, in everything. Chapter 9, and the final chapter, I believe. Yep, the final chapter. We're in the last hall. Okay, let me get a quick hydrate break and also grab my water. Refill, sorry. Tea time? Yep. Go home stretch. Yep. Let me go grab some more tea. I'm just gonna reuse the same tea bag. I don't know. Maybe it's a bad idea. I'll even overlook the cursed microwave technique. Hey, I have to do it fast, alright? I can't just go and boil the water. If I have a kettle, maybe I should invest in a kettle. But, I was talking to my friends earlier, yesterday, I think. And they said I was, what was the word? They said I was betraying my Asian heritage for microwaving tea, for not having a rice cooker. Ugh, I felt so annoyed. Kettles are a must-have. Oh yeah, something else I was doing. I might have not mentioned this, but because I don't have a rice cooker right now, I had to learn how to make rice with a pot. And I've messed it up a few times now, but now I've been able to get it pretty consistent. I was kind of like bragging about this fact with my friends, and I was bragging about this with my friends, and they were like, you are betraying your Asian heritage for not having a rice cooker. Cooking rice on stovetop? Unbelievable. Alright, let me go grab my tea. This is good tea, but it's kind of a shame. I'm looking at the tea bag and I've noticed that all of the actual contents of the tea bag is like leftovers from after good tea. It's like shredded or like kind of dusty. I don't know how to describe it. I have an appliance called the Thermomix, which can be used as a rice cooker. Ooh. On top of like speaking of kitchen appliances, I really want an air fryer, but I don't really want to buy one right now and have to deal with it later on. Tea bags are not usually as nice as loose tea leaves. This is kind of like the first time in my life where I've been drinking more tea bag tea because it's more common here. I usually I've always drank tea with tea leaves just because it's so much more abundant in China, and also it's just how I learned to drink tea. I've also learned how to I remember going on a trip one time to pick tea, like to harvest tea myself, and that was really fun, just learning, oh, this is the part of the plant, this is the part of the leaves that you want because that is the best, or learning how to identify bad versus good leaves. Also always very interesting. I'm so jealous. Yeah, I really appreciated that experience. It's so I don't know, just made me appreciate like farming more, because previously I grew up in a city, so I didn't really have much appreciation for farmers and what they do and the importance of the work of, like, you know, upholding the what was I trying to say? Upholding the society's agricultural and food supply, I guess. But like actually learning the skills, the trades, and going on this experience really helped me frame kind of like my own ignorance, and it was cool. Yeah. I do miss some good old tea leaf tea though. Alright, chapter 9. And then you die. Seek the truth for yourself. I will meet you there. That was the last thing Josh ever said to me. He said it ironically, attempting to sound deep while simultaneously making fun of people who attempted to sound deep. He was drunk and high, and he was a good friend. Trust me, once you've dealt with cattle, you'll... Wait, oh my god, I'm having such a hard time reading. Trust me, once you have dealt with cattle and such, you will have respect forever. Oh, okay, yeah. I've been reading and watching more documentaries on farming and I study economics, so like I learned a lot about like the market and all of that stuff, and I've noticed that like or recently I watched something on John Deere, and it's like so incredible to me that, like, not in a bad way, so like unbelievable how difficult it is for farmers to start their own business, I guess. Thought I'd pass out from the smell when shoveling poo. Oh no. The most transformational moment of my life occurred when I was 19 years old. My friend Josh has taken me to a party on a lake just north of Dallas, Texas. There were condos on a hill, and below the hill was a pool. And below the pool was a cliff overlooking the lake. It was a small cliff, maybe 30 feet high, certainly high enough to give you a second thought about jumping, but low enough with the right combination of alcohol and peer pressure that second thought could easily vanish. Shortly after arriving at the party, Josh and I sat in the pool together, drinking beers, talking as young antsy males do. We talked about drinking and bands and girls and all of the cool stuff Josh had done that summer since dropping out of music school. We talked about playing in a band together and moving to New York City, an impossible dream at the time. We were just kids. Is it okay to jump off that? I asked after a while, nodding towards the cliff over the lake. Yeah, people do it all the time over here. Are you going to do it? He shrugged. Maybe. We'll see. Later the evening, Josh and I got separated. I'd become distracted by a pretty Asian girl who liked video games, which to me, as a teenage nerd, was akin to winning the lottery. She had no interest in me, but she was friendly and happy to let me talk. So I talked. After a few beers, I gathered enough courage to ask her to go up to the house with me and get some food. She said sure. As we walked up the hill, we bumped into Josh coming down and asked him if he wanted food, but he declined. Asked him where I could find him later. He smiled and said, "Seek the truth for yourself, and I will meet you there." I nodded and made it a serious face. "Okay, I'll see you there," I replied, as if everyone knew exactly where the truth was and how to get it. Josh laughed and walked down the hill towards the cliff. I laughed and continued up the hill towards the house. I don't remember how long I was inside. I just remember that when the girl and I came out again, everyone was gone and there were sirens. The pool was empty. People rushed down the hill towards the shoreline below the cliff. There were a couple of people already down by the water. I could make out a couple of guys swimming around. It was dark and hard to see. The music droned on, but no one listened. Still not putting two and two together, I hurried down to the shoreline, gnawing on my sandwich and curious what everyone was looking at. Halfway down, the pretty Asian girl said to me, "I think something terrible has happened." When I got to the bottom of the hill, I asked someone where Josh was. No one looked at me or acknowledged me. Everyone stared at the water. I asked again. A girl started crying uncontrollably. Oh my god. That's when I put two and two together. It took the scuba divers 3 hours to find Josh's body at the bottom of the lake. The autopsy would later say his legs cramped up due to dehydration from the alcohol, as well as the impact of the jump from the cliff. It was dark when he went out. Or it was dark out when he went in. The watcher layered on the night, black on black. No one could see where he screamed for help. Where his screams for help... Oh my god, I can't read. Where his screams for help were coming from. Just the splashes. Just the sounds. His parents later told me that he was a terrible swimmer. I had no idea. Jesus, yeah. It took me 12 hours to let myself cry. I was in my car, driving back home to Austin the next morning. I called my dad and told him I was still near Dallas and I was going to miss work. I'd been working for him that summer. He asked why, what happened, is everything okay? And that's when it all came out. The waterworks, the wails and the screams and the snot. I pulled the car over to the roadside and clutched the phone and cried the way a little boy cried to his father. I went into deep depression that summer. I thought I'd been depressed before, but this was a whole nother level of meaninglessness. Sadness so deep that it physically hurt. People would come by and try to cheer me up, and I would sit there and hear them say all the right things and do all the right things, and I would tell them thank you and how nice of it was of them to come over, and I would fake a smile and lie and say it was all getting better. But underneath, I just felt nothing. I dreamt about Josh for a few months after that. Dreams where he and I would have had full-blown conversation about life and death, as well as random pointless things. Up until that point in my life, I had been pretty typical middle-class stoner kid, lazy, irresponsible, socially anxious, and deeply insecure. Josh, in many ways, had been a person I looked up to. He was older, more confident, more experienced, more accepting, and opened to the world around him. In one of my last dreams of Josh, I was sitting in a jacuzzi with him. Yes, I know, weird. And I said something like, "I'm really sorry you died." He laughed. I don't remember exactly what his words were, but he said something like, "Why do you care that I'm dead when you're still so afraid to live?" Wait, what? Why do you care that I'm dead when you're still so afraid to live? I woke up crying. It was sitting on my mom's couch that night, that summer, staring into the so-called abyss, seeing the endless and incomprehensible nonsense, nothingness, where Josh's friendship used to be. When I came to the startling realization that if there was really no reason to do anything, then there's also no reason to not do anything. And that, in the face of inevitability of death, there is no reason to ever give in to one's fear or embarrassment or shame, since it's all a bunch of nothing anyways. And that's by spending the majority of my short life avoiding what was painful and uncomfortable, I'd essentially been avoiding being alive at all. That summer, I gave up weed and the cigarettes and the video games. I gave up my silly rockstar fantasies and dropped out of music school and signed up for college courses. I started going to the gym and lost a bunch of weight. I made new friends. I got my first girlfriend. For the first time in my life, I actually studied for classes, gaining me a startling realization that I could make good grades if only I gave a shit. The next summer, I challenged myself to read 50 non-fiction books in 50 days. Then I did it. The next following years, I transferred into an excellent university on the side of the country where I excelled for the first time, both academically and socially. Josh's death marks the clearest before-after point I can identify in my life. Pre-tragedy, I was inhibited, unambitious, forever obsessed and confined by what I imagined the world might be thinking of me. Post-tragedy, I morphed into a new person, responsible, curious, hardworking. I still have my insecurities and my baggage, as we always do. But now I gave a fuck about something more important than my insecurities and my baggage. And that made all the difference. Oddly, it was someone else's death that gave me permission to finally live. And perhaps the worst moment of my life also was the most transformational. Death scares us. Wait, no. Death scares us, and it's because it scares us. We avoid thinking about it, talking about it, even acknowledging it, even when it's happening to someone close to us. Yet, in a bizarre, backwards way, death is the light at which shadows of all life's meaning is measured. Without death, everything would feel inconsequential, all experience arbitrary, all metrics and values suddenly zero. Something beyond ourselves. Ernest Becker was an academic outcast. In 1960, he got his PhD in anthropology. His doctoral research compared the unlikely and unconventional practices of Zen Buddhism and psychoanalysis. At the time, Zen was seen as something for hippies and drug addicts, and Freudian psychoanalysis was considered a quack form of psychology left over from the Stone Age. In his first job as an assistant professor, Becker quickly fell into a crowd that denounced the practice of psychiatry as a form of fascism. They saw the practice as an unscientific form of oppression against the weak and helpless. The problem was that Becker's boss was a psychiatrist. So it was kind of like walking into your first job and proudly comparing your boss to Hitler. As you can imagine, he was fired. So Becker took his radical ideas somewhere else, that they might be accepted. Berkeley, California. This too didn't last long, because it wasn't his anti-establishment tendencies that got Becker into trouble. It was his odd teaching methods as well. He would use Shakespeare to teach psychology textbooks to teach anthropology, anthropological data to teach sociology. He dressed up as King Lear and do mock sword fights in class and go on long political rants that had little to do with the lesson plan. His students adored him. Other faculty loathed him. In less than 1 year, again, he was fired. 1 year later, he was fired again. Becker then landed at San Francisco State University, where he actually kept his job for more than 1 year. But when student protests erupted over the Vietnam... Okay, we're so close. Come on. But when student protests erupted over the Vietnam War, the university called in the National Guard and things got violent. When Becker sided with the students and publicly condemned the actions of the dean, again, his boss being Hitler-esque and everything, he was, once again, promptly fired. Becker changed jobs 4 times in 6 years, and before he could get fired from the 5th one, he got colon cancer. The prognosis was grim. He spent the next few years bedridden and had little hope of survival. So Becker decided to write a book. This book would be about death. Becker died in 1974. His book, The Denial of Death, would win the Pulitzer Prize and become one of the most influential intellectual works of the 20th century, shaking up a field of psychology and anthropology while making profound philosophical claims that are still influential today. Denial of Death essentially makes 2 points. Oh, great. I was going to list this book down as something to read in the future. Humans are unique in that we're the only animals that can conceptualize and think about ourselves abstractly. Dogs can't sit around and worry about their careers. Cats can't think about their past mistakes and wonder what would have happened if they'd done something differently. Monkeys don't argue over future possibilities, just as fish don't sit around wondering if other fish would like them more if they had longer fins. As humans, we are blessed with the ability to imagine ourselves in hypothetical situations, to contemplate both past and future, to imagine other realities and situations where things might be different. And it's because of this unique mental ability, Becker says, that we all at some point become aware of the inevitability of our own death. Because we're able to conceptualize alternate versions of reality, we're also the only animals capable of imagining a reality without ourselves in it. This realization causes what Becker calls the death terror, a deep existential anxiety that underlies everything we think or do. Becker's second point starts with the premise that we essentially have two selves. The first one is our physical self, and the one that eats, sleeps, snores, and poops. The second one is our conceptual self, our identity, how we see ourselves. Becker's argument this time is this. We are aware... Wait, let me restart. Becker's argument is this. We are aware on some level that our physical self will eventually die, and that this death is inevitable, and that in its inevitability on some unconscious level scares the shit out of us. Therefore, in order to compensate our fear for the inevitable loss of our physical self, we try to construct a conceptual self that will live forever. That's why people try so hard to put their names on buildings and on statues, on spines of books. That's why we feel compelled to spend so much time giving ourselves to others, especially to children, in hopes that our influence, our conceptual self, will last way beyond our physical self. That way we will be remembered and revered and idolized long after our physical self ceased to exist. Becker calls such efforts our immortality projects, projects that allow our conceptual self to live way past the point of our physical death. Of all of human civilization, he says, is basically results of immortality projects. The cities and governments and structures and authorities in place today are all immortality projects of men and women who came before us. They are the remnants of conceptual selves that ceased to die. Names like Jesus, Muhammad, Napoleon, and Shakespeare are just as powerful today as they were when those men lived, if not more so. And that's the whole point. Whether it be through mastering an art form and conquering new land, gaining new riches, or simply having a large and loving family that will live on for generations. All the meaning in our life is shaped by this innate desire to truly never die. Religion, politics, sports, arts, and technological innovations are the results of people's immortality projects. Becker argues that wars and revolutions and mass murder occur when one group of people's immortality project rubs up against another group's. Centuries of oppression and the bloodshed of millions have been justified as the defense of one group's immortality project against another. But when our immortality projects fail, when the meaning is lost, and when the prospect of our conceptual self outliving our physical self no longer seems possible or likely, death terror, that horrible, depressing anxiety creeps back into our mind. Trauma can cause this, and can shame and social ridicule, as can Becker point out. Mental illness. If you haven't figured it out yet, our immortality projects are our values. They are the barometers of meaning and worth in our life. And when our values fail, so do we, psychologically speaking at least. What Becker says, in essence, is that we are all driven by fear to give away too much fucks about something. Because giving a fuck about something is the only thing that distracts us from the reality and inevitability of our death. And to truly not to give a single fuck is to achieve a quasi-spiritual state of embracing impermanence in one's own existence. In that state, one is far less likely to get caught up in various forms of entitlement. Becker later came to a startling realization on his deathbed, that people's immortality projects were actually the problem, not the solution. Rather than attempting to implement, often through lethal force, the conceptual self across the world, people should question their conceptual self and become more comfortable with the reality of one's own death. Becker calls this the bitter antidote, and struggled with reconciling it himself as he stared down his own demise. While death is bad, it is inevitable. Therefore, we should not avoid this realization, but rather come to terms with it as best we can. Because once we become comfortable with the fact of our own death, the root terror, the underlying anxiety motivating all of life's frivolous ambitions, then we can choose our values more freely, unrestrained by illogical quests for immortality, and freed from dangerous dogmatic views. The sunny side of death. I step from rock to rock, climb steadily, leg muscles stretching and aching, in that trance-like state that comes from slow, repetitive physical exertion. I'm nearing the top. The sky gets wide and deep. I'm alone now, my friends far below me, taking a picture of the ocean. Finally, I climb over a small boulder and the view opens up. I can see that from here to the infinite horizon. It feels as though I'm staring at the edge of the earth, where water meets sky, blue on blue. The wind screams across my skin. I look up. It's beautiful. It's bright. I'm at South Africa's Cape of Good Hope, once thought to be the southern tip of Africa and the southernmost tip of the world. It's a tumultuous place, a place full of storm and treacherous waters, a place that has seen centuries of trade and commerce and human endeavor, a place of, ironically, of lost hope. There's a saying in Portuguese. I'm going to try my best. Ela dobra o cabo da boa esperança. Esperanza? It means he's rounding the Cape of Good Hope. Ironically, it means that the person's life in its final phase, that he's incapable of accomplishing anything more. Ah yes, okay. I step across the rocks towards the blue, allowing its vastness to engulf my vision. I'm sweating yet cold, exciting yet nervous. Is this it? The wind is slapping my ears. I hear nothing, but I can see the edge where the rock meets oblivion. I stop and stand for a moment, several yards away. I can see the ocean below, lapping and frothing against the cliffs stretching out for miles on either side. The tides are furious against the impenetrable walls. Straight ahead, it's a sheer drop of at least 50 yards to the water below. To my right, tourists dot across the landscape below, snapping pictures, aggregating themselves onto ant-like formations. To my left is Asia. In front of me is the sky, and behind me is everything I'd ever hoped for and brought with me. What if this is it? What if this is all there is? I look around. I'm alone. I take my first step towards the edge of the cliff. The human body seems to come equipped with a natural radar for death-inducing situations. For example, the moment you get within about 10 feet of a cliff edge, minus guardrails, a certain tension digs into your body. Your back stiffens, your skin ripples, your eyes become hyper-focused on every detail of your environment. Your feet feels as though they're made of rock, as though there was a big invisible magnet gently pulling your body back to safety. But I fight the magnet. I drag my feet, made of rock, closer and closer to the edge. At 5 feet away, your mind joins the party. You can now see not only the edge of the cliff, but down the cliff face itself, which induces all sorts of unwanted visualization of tripping and falling and tumbling into a splashy death. It's really fucking far. Your mind reminds you, like really, really fucking far, dude. What are you doing? Stop moving, stop! I tell my mind to shut up and keep inching forward. At 3 feet, your body goes full-scale red alert. You're now within the errant shoelace trip of ending your life. It feels as though the hefty guff of wind could set you sailing off into the blue bisected eternity. Your legs shake, as do your hands. As does your voice, in case you need to remind yourself not to plummet to your death. At 3 foot distance is most people's absolute limit. It's just close enough to lean forward and catch a glimpse of the bottom, but still far enough to feel as though you're not in any real risk of killing yourself. Standing close to the edge of a cliff, even one as beautiful and mesmerizing as Cape of Good Hope, induces a heady sense of vertigo and threatens to regurgitate any recent meal. Is this it? Is this all there is? Do I already know everything I will ever know? I take another microstep, another one. 2 feet now. My body, my forward legs vibrate as I put my weight of my body on it. I shuffle on, against the magnet, against the mind, against all of my better instincts for survival. 1 foot now. I'm looking straight down the cliff face and I see a sudden urge to cry. My body instinctively crouches, protecting itself against something imagined and inexplicable. The wind comes in hailstorms. Oh, the wind comes in hailstorms. The thought comes in right hooks. At 1 foot, you feel like you're floating. Anything but looking straight down feels as though you're part of the sky itself. You're actually expected to fall at this point. I crouch there for a second, catching my breath, collecting my thoughts. I force myself to stare down at the water hitting the rocks below me. Then I look up to my right, the little ants milling about the signage below me, snapping photos, chasing tour buses, and on and off chance that somebody somehow sees me. On the off chance somebody somehow sees me. The desire for attention is wholly irrational, but so is all of this. So it's impossible to make me out up here, of course. And even if it weren't, there's nothing those distant people could say or do. All I hear is the wind. Is this it? My body shudders. Fear becomes euphoric and blinding. My mind. I try to focus my mind and clear my thoughts as a kind of meditation. Nothing makes you present and mindful like being mere inches away from your own death. I straighten up and look out again. I find myself smiling. I remind myself that it is all right to die. This willingness to this willing and even exuberant interfacing with one's morality has ancient roots. The Stoic of ancient Greece and Roman implored people to keep death in mind at all times in order to appreciate life more and remain humble in the face of its adversaries. In various forms of Buddhism, the practice of meditation is often taught as a means to preparing oneself for death while still remaining alive, dissolving one's ego into an expansive nothingness. Achieving enlightened state of nirvana is seen as a trial run of letting oneself cross to the other side. Even Mark Twain, that hairy goofball who came in and left on Halley's Comet, said, "The fear of death follows the fear of life. A man who is fully prepared to die, who lives, is fully prepared to die at any time." Back on the cliff, I bend down, slightly leaning back. I pull my hands down on the ground behind me and gently lower myself onto my butt. Then I gradually slide one leg over the edge of the cliff. There's a small rock jutting out on the cliffside. I rest my foot on it. Then I slide my other foot off the edge of the cliff and put it on the same rock. I sit there for a moment, leaning back on my palms, wind ruffling my hair. The anxiety is bearable now, as long as I stay focused on the horizon. Then I sit up straight and look down the cliff again. Fear shoots back up through my spine, electrifying my limbs and laser focusing my mind on the exact coordinates of every inch of my body. The fear is stifling at times, but each time it stifles me, I empty my thoughts, focus my attention on the bottom of the cliff below me, and force myself to gaze at it, my potential doom, and then simply to acknowledge its existence. I was now sitting on the edge of the world, and the southernmost tip of hope, the gateway to the east. The feeling was exhilarating. I can feel the adrenaline pumping through my body. Being so still, so conscious, never felt so thrilling. I listened to the wind and watched the ocean looked out upon the ends of the earth. And then I laughed with the light, all that it touched being good. Confronting the reality of our mortality is important because it obliterates all the crappy, fragile, superficial values in life. While most people whittle their days chasing another buck, or the little bit more fame and attention, or a little bit more assurance that they're right or loved, death confronts us all with far more painful and important question. What is your legacy? How will the world be different and better once you're gone? What mark will ye have made? What influence have you caused? They say that a butterfly flapping its wings in Africa can cause a hurricane in Florida. Well, what hurricane will leave in your wake? As Becker points out, this is arguably the only true important question in our life. Yet we avoid thinking about it. 1, because it's hard, 2, because it's scary, 3, because we have no fucking clue what we're doing. And when we avoid this question, we let trivial and hateful values hijack our brains and take control of our desires and ambitions. Without acknowledging the ever-present gaze of death, the superficial will appear important, and the important will appear superficial. Death is the only thing we can know with any certainty, and such it must be the compass by which we orient ourselves and all our values and decisions. It is the correct answer to the question we should be asking but never do. All the questions we should ask but never do. The only way to be comfortable with death is to understand and see yourself as something bigger than yourself. To choose values that stretch beyond serving yourself and are simple and immediate and controllable and tolerant the chaotic world around you. This is the basic root of all happiness. Whether you're listening to Aristotle or the psychologists at Harvard or Jesus Christ or the or the damn Beatles, they all say that happiness comes from the same thing, caring about something greater than yourself, believing that you are contributing to a component in some much larger entity, that your life is merely a side process of something great, unintelligible production. This feeling is what people go to church for. It is what they fight in wars for. It's what they raise families and save pensions and build bridges and invent cell phones for. This fleeting sense of being part of something greater and more unknowable than themselves. The entitlement stripped away from us, the gravity of entitlement sucks all the attention inwards, towards ourselves, causing us to feel as though we are the center of the problem of the universe. That we are the ones suffering all the injustices, that we are the ones who deserve greatness over all others. As alluring as that is, entitlement isolates us. Our curiosities and excitement for the world turns upon itself and reflects our own biases and projections onto every person we meet and every event we experience. This feels sexy and enticing, and maybe feels good for a while and sells a lot of tickets, but it's spiritual poison. It's these dynamics that plague us now. We're so materially well off, yet so psychologically tormented in so many low-level and shallow ways. People relinquish all responsibilities, demanding that society cater to their feelings and sensibilities. People hold on to arbitrary certainties and and try to force them on others, often violently, in the name of some made-up righteous cause. People high on a sense of false superiority fall into inaction and lethargy for fear of trying something worthwhile and failing at it. The pampering of the modern mind has resulted in a population that feels deserving of something without earning that something, a population that feels that they have a right to something without sacrificing it. People declare themselves experts, entrepreneurs, inventors, innovators, mavericks, and coaches without any real life experience. And they do this not because they actually think they are greater than everybody else. They do it because they feel they need to be great to be accepted into a world that broadcasts only the extraordinary. Our culture today confuses great attention and great success, assuming them to be the same thing. But they're not. You are great already, whether you realize it or not, whether any others realize it or not. And it's not because you launched an iPhone app, or finished school 1 year early, or bought yourself a sweet-ass boat. These things do not define greatness. You're already great because in the face of endless confusion and certain death, you continue to choose what to give a fuck about and what not to. This mere fact, this simple option of your own values in life already makes you beautiful, already makes you successful, already makes you loved, even if you don't realize it. Even if you are sleeping in a gutter, starving. You're going to die soon, too. And that's because you too were fortunate enough to have lived. You may not feel this, but go stand on a cliff sometime. Maybe you will. Bukowski once wrote, "We're all gonna die, all of us. What a circus." That alone should make us love each other, but it doesn't. We're terrorized and flattened by life's trivialities. We're eaten up by nothing. Looking back on that night out by the lake, I watched my friend Josh's body get fished out of the lake by paramedics. I remember staring into the black Texas night and watching my ego slowly dissolve into it. Josh's death taught me much more than what I initially realized. Yes, it helped me to seize the day, to take responsibility for my choices, and to pursue my dreams with less shame and inhibition. But there were these side effects of a deeper, more primary lesson. And the primary lesson was this: there is nothing to be afraid of. Ever. And reminding myself of one's own death repeatedly over the years, whether it be through meditation, reading through philosophy, or doing crazy shit like standing on a cliff in South Africa, is the only thing that's helped me hold onto this realization front and center in my mind. This acceptance of my death, this understanding of my own fragility, and has made everything easier, untangling my addictions, identifying and confronting my own entitlement, accepting my responsibilities for my own problems, suffering through my fears and uncertainties, accepting my failures and embracing rejections. It has been made lighter by the thought of my own death. The more I peer into the darkness, the brighter life gets. The quieter the world becomes, and the less conscious resistance I feel to, well, anything. I sit there on the cape for a few minutes, taking in everything, and when I finally decide to get up, I put my hands behind me and scoot back. Then slowly, I stand, checking the ground around me, making sure there's no errant rock ready to sabotage me. Having recognized that I am safe, I begin to walk back to reality. 5 feet, 10 feet, my body restoring itself with each step. My feet becomes lighter. I let life's magnet draw me in. As I step back over some rocks, back to the main path, I look up and see a man staring at me. I stop to make eye contact with him. I saw you sitting on the edge over there, he says. Oh, wait, his accent's Australian. Wait, I'm very bad with accents. little I guess. Disclaimer. Let me think about this. Let me think about this. Okay. Alright. I saw you sitting on the edge over there, he says, his accent Australian. The word there rolls out of his mouth awkwardly. He points towards Antarctica. Yeah, the view is gorgeous, isn't it? I'm smiling. He is not. He has a serious look on his face. I brush my hand off my shorts, my body still buzzing from my surrender. There is an awkward silence. The Aussie stands for a moment, perplexed, still looking at me, clearly thinking of what to say next. After a moment, he carefully pieces the words together. Is everything okay? How are you feeling? I pause for a moment, still smiling, alive, very alive. His skepticism breaks and reveals a smile in its place. He gives a slight nod and heads down the trail. I stand above, taking in the view, waiting for my friends to arrive on the peak. Acknowledgements. Ooh, wait, we're done! Whoa! Yay, 6 hours today. Oh, okay. Some slight hiccups with the connections and stuff, but so far, so good. So far, so good. I'll just finish up the 2 pages of acknowledgements and I'll give some give some thoughts. This book began as a big, messy thing that required more than just my own hands to chisel at something comprehensible out of it. First and foremost, thank you to my most brilliant and beautiful wife, Fernanda, who never hesitates to say no to me when I need to hear it the most. Not only do you make me a better person, but your unconditional love and constant feedback during the writing process were indispensable. To my parents, for putting up with my shit all these years and continuing to love me anyways. In many ways, I don't feel as though I fully became an adult until I understood many concepts in this book. In that sense, it's been a joy to get to know you as an adult these past few years. Yay, we are done. And to my brother as well. I never doubted the existence of mutual love and respect between us, even though sometimes I get butthurt and that you don't text me back. To Philip Kemper and Drew Burney, 2 big brains that conspired to make my brain appear even larger than it actually is. Your hard work and brilliance continue to floor me. To Michael Covell for being my intellectual stress test, especially when it comes to understanding psychological research, and for always challenging me on my assumptions. To my editor, Luke Dempsey. Yippee! For mercilessly tightening the screws on my writing, and for possibly having an even fouler mouth than I do. To my agent, Molly Glick, for helping me define the vision for the book and pushing it so much further into the world than I ever expected it to go. To Taylor Pearson, Dan Andrews, and Jody Edinburgh for their support during the process. You 3 kept me both accountable and sane, which are the only 2 things every writer needs. And finally, to the millions of people who for whatever reason decided to read a potty-mouthed asshole from Boston writing about life on this blog. The flood of emails I've received from those of you willing to open up is the most intimate corners of your life. To me, a complete stranger, it both humbles me and inspires me. At this point in my life, I spent thousands of hours reading and studying these subjects, but y'all continue to be my true education. Thank you. Alright! That's the sound of the book closing. We are done! We are done! Yay! Me. Let me hide the book now. Yeah. Okay. What did you guys think? So, there are basically 2 main takeaways I have for the book, and that mostly came from the second half, the portion we read today. The first half, I'm honestly pretty happy that I was able to kind of realize by myself. The book smack was kind of satisfying. Yeah. it is always so happy. I always am so happy to like close up a book and put it on the I have read shelf instead of the I have not read shelf. There's a whole ton of books currently staring at me in the face on the I have not read shelf, so hopefully that shelf starts to, you know, diminish and decrease. You sort by shelves? Not really. It was more like a stack. It's a stack. I currently don't really have bookshelves, so I do want like a, you know, those cool Zoom backgrounds, I guess, of like an entire bookshelf in my office eventually, in my study, I suppose, in the house. But this was a really, really good book. I enjoyed the book a lot. I enjoyed the way the author wrote. I did not really enjoy the specific examples of individuals' lives, like the Japanese soldier or the rock star, that much, because I thought it was dragging on too much. But overall, everything else was really helpful and really important. I think the viewing death as the ultimate goal, it's hard for most people to do because it's such a scary topic to think about. And also the idea of just doing something to inspire action. I need to kind of incorporate that into my life more. And also, what was the last one? Oh yes, relationships. I thought I could work on my relationships a little bit more and hopefully get some parts out of it. Yeah. Stacks seem more like it though. Imagine having rooms for it. Oh, thank you so much. The real Eat My Pixie Dust. Welcome, welcome. I hope you had a fun time if you were listening or watching. I don't know if I'm gonna do this more because the other books that I have I don't think are that fun to read. Yeah, welcome, welcome. Have you read this book before? I recently just got into the topic of self-help, and so another book that I'm really interested in is Atomic Habits. I heard about this book recently as a way to kind of develop habits and make sure that you change some of the habits that you have. I really need to get better with like dealing with myself and being responsible for my own actions, I suppose. I believe I've heard of this book before, but never read it. It seems interesting. I should add it to my list. Yeah, so if you are willing to hear it, my main takeaways from this book is, first of all, the first, I would say like third of the book is saying that, okay, we care too much, we invest too much emotion into the things that we care about, that the things that don't matter. So stuff like, oh my god, am I tipping too much? What if, you know, oh, the cashier person turned the tablet around and this is an experience I had literally the other day. The cashier person turned the thing around, or made me write on the receipt how much tip I'm willing to give. But I'm at a boba store. Why am I giving a tip? Is it okay to say 0? Is it okay to say 10? Will 10 be too little? Will 25 be more sufficient? And dealing with the fact that it doesn't matter. Just do whatever you want and not like caring about the things that have no effect on our lives. Reminds me of a book that's called The Comparison Trap. Ooh, wait, that sounds really interesting. I want to take a look at it. And the second part of the book talks a little bit about pain and accepting pain and knowing that change requires pain. In it talks about the 3 stages, or what's it called? The self-awareness onion, or something onion, where the first layer is to identify that you are having emotions. okay, I'm feeling angry, I'm feeling happy, I'm feeling sad, I'm feeling jealous. And then the second level is understanding why. What is the root cause? Why am I feeling angry? Am I feeling angry because I didn't get my order the same way that I always wanted to be from my coffee shop? Or, and the third is why those angers, why those emotions matter. What is the root value that is causing those emotions to feel like they matter? And sometimes to be able to care less or care less about superficial things, you need to readjust those values, and that is what he talks about. The author talks about in chapter 3, where the value, changing the values. Oh, chapter 4, where the author is saying, okay, changing these values are always painful and very, very scary. And also like defines some sort of like good value versus bad value. Oh. And the last ones are like, you are always responsible for your own actions. I think that one is very important as well. Oh, thank you so much for the sub. Oh my god. But back to, just to finish my thought, you're always responsible for however you feel, what your reaction to some situation is. It doesn't matter if the situation is as severe as a car crash or as light as, someone getting your Starbucks order wrong. But oh, shoot. Wait. It is what your reaction is that matters. It is what you decide to do with the situation. Do you keep that grief and that anxiety and that anxiousness that comes from a rejection? Or do you move on and do you say, okay, this is the hand that I'm dealt, this is the situation that I'm in. It may not be my fault that I got into a car crash, but I have to deal with the emotional and like physical aftermath of these situations. And lastly, it's talking about and a feeling like, okay, it's okay to fail. And then there's also some points about relationships, and healthy relationships include rejection to each other all the time. And then the last part about being in the face of death is really, really helpful, I think, and really important. Kind of like ties this whole argument together. And that's it. That is the subtle art of not giving a fuck. Well, this... I have a few kind of like takeaways from these past 2 days of stream. I think a lot of these things that have been mentioned, I can already see like how my own personal experiences falls into the definitions and the situations that he mentions in the book. So a few of them, like I mentioned earlier in stream, when I helped my brother out for his college applications, I was not doing it for him. I was not doing it because it was, asked of me. It was kind of like an obligation that I felt that I had to do it. I didn't want my brother to not go to college or go to a bad college. So I helped him with his applications and his enrollment and everything. But that is my own desire. I had to realize that that is what I wanted. That is something that I am imposing on him. And it may not be what he wants, and his laziness, his I guess, like opposition to actually do these things, do his responsibilities, may indicate that that is not what he wants. And so me helping him may be overstepping my boundaries and a selfish act. And that was one thing. Another one is I really, really liked the part on kind of like you're wrong on everything, where like each situation, each knowledge, each fact you learn disproves some old belief. And if you believe that you're right, if you believe that you know everything, if you believe that you are, you cannot be wrong, or you believe in your beliefs too much, then it can cause issues of, not being, rejecting better experiences, better like knowledge and stuff like that. I don't know how to word it properly. But yeah, we're done with the book. I have one more thing I want to mention before the end of stream today. I usually don't swear, and so this has been kind of like expending all my swear jar at once, and I will go back to not using swear words just because it's a choice I made. I think I don't know, I like the way of expressing myself more without using swear words, just because it's a little bit of a challenge, and also it can be a little bit more meaningful. But yeah. So don't expect me to start using swear words in the next few streams in the future, but maybe I will change. Maybe I will start using them whenever I want to, maybe more, maybe less. Who knows? But yeah, one more thing. I also think that this was really fun. I enjoyed the entire way through. Like I would say like I enjoyed every single second of these two streams. I came across this idea randomly yesterday as I was going to pick up the book to read it for the first time, and I was like, okay, this seems like it would be a really, really fun thing to do on stream. Although, I don't know, maybe it will be boring. People would think that, I stumble on my words too much, or or reading a book is a very boring way to stream, or whatever. But I said, screw it. In the spirits of the book, I'm just going to say, fuck it. I don't like to swear either. I do my best not to do that, but I don't think it's boring. Oh, I don't think it's boring? Yeah, I enjoyed it. I appreciate it a lot. I think this is something that I've been trying to work really, really hard on. I'm someone who am easily influenced, and so I rely a lot on external validation or some way of like, other people. I probably shouldn't say this. I feel like it's a weird topic to talk about, but I rely on a lot of external validation, and I feel like it's causing a lot of anxiety and grief and and a lot of issues. And so, like, especially when I stream, I've now started to like turn off any sort of like number in my dashboard on Twitch or whatever. Me too. Yeah, I feel as though I really appreciate all your comments. I think that it can be very easy to fall into that mindset, and so I'm trying to work hard to walk away from that. But I'm also a very analytical type of person, so I rely a lot of the times on, okay, what works, what doesn't work, through the use of numbers, especially when I started to make YouTube videos at this a while back. But and I often am too easily giving up. Yeah, all the people that I look up to say, okay, you need to do like YouTube, let's say, for a year before you can actually improve and do stuff. But I've given up after, trying for a few months or doing a few things here and there. And there was a passage, a point in the book where the author was talking about a breath a wide breadth of experiences is not as rewarding as a deep understanding of one specific experience. And I think I'm still currently relying on the wide breadth of experience to form a lot of my interests, opinions, and so I wonder when that will change in my life. I try not to, but it's not easy. Yeah, it's something that is kind of like inevitable in the world of social media. There's always a number anywhere, somewhere. There's always other people's opinions so readily available. But taking time to like step away to, give yourself some room to breathe, give it to is really, really important, I think. But with that said, thank you guys so much for watching. I'll probably be back playing Frostpunk 2 tomorrow, but we'll see. Oh wait, tomorrow's Wednesday, right? Oh gosh, yeah, tomorrow's Wednesday. Alright, I'll be playing Frostpunk 2 tomorrow. We got halfway through the campaign, or a little bit through the campaign for our first playthrough. But yeah, thanks for the stream. Thank you, Frog. I appreciate you guys for being here, and I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your mornings, afternoons, and evenings wherever you are, and enjoy your day. Don't forget to, do something for yourself. To my first stream, really enjoyed it. Yeah. Goodbye, everyone.